Sudah ada Pak Adi anunya Pak, hostnya atau mau MC-nya mungkin bisa ambil alih. Mau ngobrol-ngobrol apa Pak?
Baik. Saya sharing sebentar ya. Saya coba ya.
Siap.
Dengar Pak Adi ya?
Enggak ada Pak. Itu volumenya 0. Oke, enggak ada suara Pak.
Pak Andi, Kanda, berisinya Prof. Ali sudah kita kasih panitia?
Sudah saya kirimkan Pak.
Oke.
Belum ada suaranya Pak De.
Sudah Pak Andi? Dengar benar?
Sudah Pak. Sudah jelas Pak.
Sudah.
Pak Direktur sudah datang Pak.
Ya ini masih persiapan Pak Direktur.
Oh iya, siap.
Ya.
While we are waiting for the director of graduate school, thank you so much in the name of the committee. Say thank our regard due to all the participants from all around the world, from Philippines, Thailand, from Iraq, from Palestine, and then from some universities and institutions from Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Prof.
Alhamdulillah. Suara saya terdengar ini, Andi?
Terdengar. That's clear, Prof. Clear.
Saya di Sanggar Bakti Pramuka.
Masya Allah, Prof.
Tidak di kampus ini, Mas. Ada
acara.
Masya
Allah. Luar biasa, Prof. Thank you so much.
Zoom-nya ada masuk Zoom-nya ini tadi.
Oh iya. Di dalam sudah ada dari India, Prof. India. From India, the presenter from India, dan the presenter from Philippines.
Speakernya?
Sudah ada beberapa Prof yang datang, Prof.
Oke.
Iya, Prof. Welcome, Profesor Dr. Haji Ahyak, the Director of Graduate School of IAIN Tulungagung.
Yes. State Islamic Institute of IAIN Tulungagung.
Yes.
Sudah jam 1:02 dimulai saja, Pak Adi.
Silakan. Mungkin Pak Adi
ya.
MC-nya bisa ambil alih, Pak. Silakan, Pak.
Oke. Pak Dwi, Miss Dwi. Halo.
Pak Masud sudah live ini. Our rector is very busy now, so we can come here. I think about the speech now. He is very busy, full agenda today, my rector.
Hello, Miss Dwi. Can you unmute the Zoom, your Zoom?
Sambil menunggu yang lain.
Miss Dwi? Hello, your microphone, Miss Dwi.
Okay.
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 Ready?
Ready. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excellencies, Rector, Islamic Institute of Tulungagung, Professor Dr. Maftuhin, the honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all of the participants. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Astuti Wahyu Nurhayati from English Department. Graduate School of State Islamic Institute of Tulungagung, East Java, Indonesia, and today I will be the host of the virtual international conference. On behalf of the organizers, Graduate School, Islamic Elementary School, Teacher Education Department, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all guests to the virtual international conference under a title, Learning Quality Improvement Strategies in the New Normal Era, being hosted for the first time in East Java, Indonesia. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, I would like to invite the guests to take the reshuffling on the Zoom. Then, before starting the conference, I would like to inform the agenda of our conference today. Firstly, opening remarks, and then secondly, listening the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. And then thirdly, listening Mars IAIN Tulungagung. Then speech by the Director of Graduate School, Professor Dr. Ahya. And then for the next agenda, the first session will be performed by 10 keynote speakers, starting from Professor Ali Qoura from Mansoura University, Egypt, under a title, Creative Training, Techniques and Strategies. And secondly, it will be continued by the second keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Sherif, Mohamed, Ismail, Bachelor of Science, Master of Science, and then he is from Egyptian Germany Academy, Egypt. And then the next presenter or the third keynote speaker will be delivered by Associate Professor Dr. K.J. Fajis from Christ College Autonomous Kerala, India, under a title of his topic, Digital Transformation Education in the New Normal Era. And for the fourth keynote speaker will be delivered by Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan. He is the founder of ITAR Group from Kuwait. And the fifth keynote speaker will be delivered by Dr. Prashant S. Mothe. And then he is from Department of English Arts, Mahadivayala, Omirja District, India. And the sixth presenter will be delivered by Mohamed Mahmoud Abu Hassan. He is from Ali Intermediate Boys School, Bahrain. And the seventh keynote speakers is Mrs. Evangelia Vasilakou, Master of Art. Her affiliation is the English Academy of Languages, Greece. And her title, The New Normal Design Curriculum, Modernizing and Revitalizing Key Component in Emergency Education. And the eighth speaker is Mohamed Galal Mohamed. He is from Qatar Ministry of Education and Higher Education. His topic is Wakelet in Teaching Learning Process during and after the pandemic. The ninth speaker is Prof. Wissam Al-Sahbini. He's come from Cambridge University, United Kingdom. And the last speaker in the first session is Professor Dr. Maftuhin, Magister Agama. And it's our rector from State Islamic Institute of Tulungagung, East Java, Indonesia. And this is, and will be ended by the closing remarks. And now the time will be given to the moderator, Dr. Erna Iftanti, M.Pd. The time is yours. Okay, I'm sorry. So the opening remarks here, yeah. Let's opening this conference by saying Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
And the second one, listening to the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Okay, thank you. And the next session or the next agenda is listening to the Mass of IAIN Tulungagung.
IAIN Tulungagung religius dan edukatif, membangun Islam untuk semua profesional. Moto kita mengkaji ilmu dan berkarya untuk menggapai harapan bangsa, untuk mewujudkan masyarakat adil dan makmur sejahtera. Iman, Islam dan ihsan jadikan asas hidup kita. Quran dan hadis jadikan pedoman untuk tingkatkan iman dan takwa. Di IAIN Tulungagung dan Jaya. IAIN Tulungagung religius dan edukatif, membangun Islam untuk semua profesional. Untuk kita mengkaji ilmu dan berkarya untuk menggapai harapan bangsa, untuk mewujudkan masyarakat adil dan makmur sejahtera. Iman, Islam dan ihsan jadikan asas hidup kita. Quran dan hadis jadikan pedoman untuk tingkatkan iman dan takwa. Di IAIN Tulungagung dan Jaya.
Okay, thanks for the operator. For the next is a speech will be delivered by the Director of Graduate School, Professor Dr. Ahya Magister Agama. Time is yours.
Baik, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammadin. Dear ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, excuse me, my name is Professor Dr. Haji Ahya M.Ig. I am a Director of Graduate School of State Islamic Institute of Tulungagung, East Java, Indonesia. As Director of Graduate School of State Islamic Institute of Tulungagung, I say welcome to all keynote speakers and all participants of this virtual international conference. Today, we can only meet virtual online with Zoom application. Hopefully, another time we can get the meeting offline in our campus in Tulungagung, Indonesia. State Islamic Institute of Tulungagung is located in Indonesia in East Java province, the southernmost province of East Java. South of Tulungagung is the Australia continent. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the title of our conference today is Virtual Conference, Virtual International Conference, Learning Quality Improvement Strategies in the New Normal Era. Firstly, I like to say thank you very much. Thank you very much to all keynote speakers. as presenter from overseas of the Spiritual International Conference. I say thank you very much for your coming here. Thank you very much for your contribution in this conference. All your contribution in material presenting there are needed by all my students here and needed by all lecturers in our institute. I feel in great proud to all keynote speakers. I expect to our brotherhood, these brothers in this conference can improve the education quality, especially in our campus and all over the world globally. We have 45 study programs in our campus. 45 programs in our campus. The number of our students here, 23,000. Especially for graduate school program, there are 2,000 students. In the postgraduate program, we have 14 study program. Course study consists of 12 master study program and two doctor study program. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the Graduate School of State Islamic Institute of Tulungagung usually conduct international conference twice in a year. On July 2018, we have conducted an international conference on interdisciplinary Islamic studies, social science, and humanities. The conference was in the form of call for people in which all people must be written and presented in English. All incoming people have been published in international proceeding already. The international conference program focusing on interesting actual themes, namely number 1, education, thought and philosophy, number 3, Islamic law, number 4, Islamic economic. State Islamic Institute of Tulungagung is one of the Islamic religious colleges in Indonesia, has a high commitment to continue conducting studies on interdisciplinary Islamic studies, social science, and humanities. Number 2, on November 2018, the Graduate School of State Islamic Institute of Tulungagung has conducted on a conference on contemporary issues in philosophy and new Islamic civilization. The theme was reinforced by a number of parallel discussions, namely number 1, philosophy of education and literature, number 2, philosophy of Islamic economic and civilization, number 3, philosophy of Islamic law and humanities, and number 4, philosophy of religion and social science. Also, 2018 here, we have conducted twice of international conference too. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, on July 2020, we have also conducted a virtual international conference on Islamic economic application, a new method and approaches in Islamic research. Today, our conference is virtual international conference, learning quality, improvement strategies in the new normal era. I am very grateful for the willingness of all keynote speakers from overseas to attend our conference. I say welcome to our virtual conference. Thank you very much for your coming here. Number 1, I say thank you very much. Good morning, maybe Professor Ali Qoura from Egypt. Okay, good morning. What time now, Mr. in Egypt? Now it's 1 o'clock, past meridian. In Egypt, what time now?
It's 8:22 here.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, thank you.
Very early.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ali Qoura.
You're welcome.
From Mansoura University, Egypt. Yes. Your university is the name Mansoura University. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Prof. Ali Qoura, thank you very much for your coming here. Number 2, Associate Professor Dr. Sherif Mohamed Ismail from Kairo too. Good morning. Where is Dr. Sherif Mohamed Ismail? Okay, number 3, Associate Professor Dr. Fargis, still here? Good morning, Dr. Fargis. Number 3, Dr. Ahmad Al-Qatan. Where is Ahmad Al-Qatan? The founder of ITAR Group, Kuwait. Mana Pak Andi? Belum datang Pak Andi yang dari Qatar. Okay, I wait him. Dr. Ahmad Al-Qatan from Kuwait. Okay, thank you very much for your coming here.
Yes, I am here. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you very much. What time now in Kuwait, Dr. Ahmad Al-Qatan?
It's 9 a.m.
Oh, Alhamdulillah. Okay, I'm very like to meet you here. Thank you very much for your coming here. And then number 5, Dr. Prasan Muthi.
Yes, sir. I am here.
Prasan Muthi.
From India.
From New Delhi. I like India.
Yeah,
I like special film from India.
Yes, thank you.
Full of beautiful over there.
Thank you. Okay. Do come to India, sir. You are most welcome.
Okay, next year I'll go to India maybe. Yeah, next year. And then number 6, Mohamed Mahmud Abu Hassan. Is there here? Mohamed Mahmud Abu Hassan from Bahrain. Okay, good morning, Mr. And then Mrs. Evangelia Vasilako from Greece, Yunani, Athena, from Greece. Where is Mrs. Evangelia? Good morning. Good morning or good night over there. Oh. And then number 8, Muhammad Galal Mohamed. Wow, the name is very Muhammad Galal Mohamed from Qatar. Good morning, Muhammad Galal. Where is Muhammad Galal? Oh, and then number 9, Prof Hisam, Prof Hisam Al-Sahbini. Where is Prof Hisam? Cambridge University, United Kingdom, but now stay in Dubai. In Dubai. Good morning, Prof Hisam. Thank you very much for your coming here. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the Rector of State Islamic Institute of Tulungagung, Professor Dr. Mahfudin is very busy now with full of agenda today. So, Professor Dr. Mahfudin as a Rector of State Islamic Institute of Tulungagung cannot keep some speech here. Therefore, in behalf of the Rector of State Islamic Institute, let me and Professor Dr. Ahya M.Ag as a Director of Graduate School of State Islamic Institute. Let's open this conference with reading Surah Al-Fatihah together. Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Arrahmanirrahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim. Thank you very much. If there are some mistake, I hope you apologize me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Okay. Thank you for the speech has been given by the Director of Graduate School, Professor Dr. Ahya, Magister Agama. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Okay, before starting to the main menu, my warm welcoming to all the speakers, Dr. Ahmad, and then for Dr. or Professor Abdul Raki, and then Professor Ali Qoura. Good morning, everyone. And then now, for the first session, ladies and gentlemen, that's the time that we wait, for a long time. The first session of virtual international conference will be performed by 10 keynote speakers from 12 countries consisted of Indonesia, and then the second one is United Kingdom, and the third from Egypt, and the third from India, and the fifth presenter from Kuwait, and the sixth from Palestine, and it also attended from Qatar and Bahrain. It is followed by the other countries from Pakistan, Bangladesh, Philippines, and also Greece. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is attended by 12 countries. It is a great honor for us, especially for the graduate school, especially from the Islamic Elementary School Teacher Education Department, to hold the first international conference. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is necessary for me to introduce for the second one the presentation by the keynote speaker, starting from Professor Ali Qoura from Mansoura University, Egypt, and the second one will be delivered by Associate Professor Sherif Mohamed Ismail from Egyptian Germany Academy, Egypt, and then the third one from Associate Professor Dr. K.J. Varghese from Christ College Autonomous Kerala, India, and then for the fourth, it will be delivered by Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan, the founder of ITAR Group Kuwait. And then for the fifth will be presented by Dr. Prasan S. Monte, Magister of Art. And then he's come from Department of English Others, Mahadivaya, Omerja District. And the third presenter from Mohamed Mahmud Abu Hassan from Al Ali Intermediate Boys School, Bahrain. And the seventh presenter, Mrs. Evangelia Vasilahu, Master of Art. She's come from the English Academy Languages, Greece. And the eighth presenter, Mohamed Galal Mohamed from Qatar Ministry of Education and Higher Education. And the ninth presenter, Professor Hisham Al-Salbini from Cambridge University, United Kingdom. And the last presenter will be delivered from our Rector, Professor Dr. Maftuhin, Magister Agama. That's our Rector, State Islamic Institute of Tulungagung, East Java, Indonesia. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so now come to the main menu, but before to the main agenda, I just want to inform you the link of certificate will be shared in the end of this session or in this question and answer. Okay, so the time I will give to the moderator, to Dr. Erna Iftanti, M.Pd. The time is yours. Please. Fotonya.
Thank you, Bu Dwi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello. Can you listen to my voice?
Yes, ma'am.
We can listen to your voice.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our today's webinar. My name is Erna Iftanti and I am an EFL lecturer at State Islamic Institute of Tulungagung, Indonesia, and I will be your moderator. The topic of our today's webinar is Learning Quality Improvement Strategies in the New Normal Era, hosted by Islamic Elementary School Teacher Education Department, Graduate School of State Islamic Institute of Tulungagung, East Java, Indonesia. This webinar is carried out in response to the changes learning platform in new normal era after the global COVID-19 pandemic that has affected the pattern of teaching and learning activities from offline to blended learning or purely online learning. The fact has triggered all educators, teachers, and students as well to find strategies to improve their teaching and learning quality. Therefore, this webinar is hopefully helpful for them, for us, as a teachers, students, and also educators to achieve the goals of education. Then, I will please to introduce our today's speakers that actually has been introduced by the host of this today's webinar. However, I will be very happy to mention our great keynote speaker. Will be given to Professor Ali Qoura, and then the second associate professor, Dr. Sherif Mohamed, Ismail B.Sc, M.Sc, M.Pd, Ph.D, PMP. And then the third will be given to Associate Professor Dr. K.J. Barkesi, and then next Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan, then Dr. Pascan S.M.Pd, M.A., M.Phil, and E.T., Ph.D. And then the next will be given to Mohamed Mahmud Abu Hassan. Then will be continued by Mrs. Evangelia Fasilako, M.A., and then will be continued by Muhammad Galal Mohamed, then Professor Hisam Al-Salbini, and then the last will be delivered by Professor Dr. Maftuhin, M.A.K. Just a little housekeeping before we get started. That our speaker will be given about 20 minutes for presentation and then 5-minute question and answer. And then for all the audiences, please type, if you have any questions during the presentations, you can type them in the question box in your Zoom control panel. And I will bring them up later during the presentation. By the end of the presenters' presentations, we will provide you about 5 minutes to address questions. And then now, without further ado, I will welcome, I will turn the time over to Professor Ali Qoura. Time is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أما بعد فالسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'm very happy to be with you, and this is, I think, my 5th time to participate in this occasions, and the idea of sharing and caring is very important. This conference, and when I reviewed the topics, we are going in the direction of online teaching and virtual teaching and learning and things like that. And today, I would like to make a note that online teaching and virtual teaching is not really a panacea. It's not a solution for all our problems and our concerns. Why? Because as all of you know, online feedback is limited. Online teaching and learning can cause social isolation. Online and virtual teaching and learning can also limit the hands-on experiences, which is very important in our arena, the education profession. In addition to some technical problems that we all suffer from, the most important thing is that there is an issue about online teaching and creativity and practical exercising of the skills required by us as teachers or politicians or administrators, and you can name it. When we resorted to virtual teaching because of the COVID-19 coronavirus, and then we came back. When we came back, then let us look at the percentage of teaching practices. I know that in most of Arab countries, and especially here in Egypt, we opted for a 50-50 teaching and learning process. Starting this academic year, for example, Mansoura University and other universities all over Egypt will start with the 50-50 formula, which is 50% of the time is online teaching or blended learning and teaching, and the other 50 is face-to-face. Why? Because there are so many skills, practical skills, that we cannot ignore. I'd like to train my teachers. I'd like to train my doctors. I'd like to train my engineers. And I think there are some shortcomings to training them online. Today, بمشيئة I'm going to talk about a topic which is titled Evidence-Based Creative Training Techniques and Strategies. In this topic, I'll start with the techniques of ice-breaking and energizing the participants, and then the discussion techniques, going to presentation techniques, then practice and exercise techniques, assessment techniques, and then we will end up with basic principles for creative training. I'll try now to share my screen. Okay, just a minute. I'm finding some hard time getting to my screen. I'm not sharing.
Sudah di-share kemarin berisinya Prof. Ali, mohon di-share Pak.
Ya, share.
It doesn't give me the desktop files, maybe. No. Okay, can you share it from you? I sent you a copy.
Yes, done, Prof. Waiting.
Waiting. It's waiting.
I don't know why it doesn't give me my desktop.
Dr. Adi, bagaimana?
Ya.
Isinya Prof Ali ya, Wei?
Mutmaina, ma'am. See, ask you to make him co-host. That's easy, right?
Yes, we are co-hosts.
Yeah,
We are the keynote co-hosts.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, right there. As you can see, it's evidence-based creative training. And please just get to the next slide. Can you get to the next slide, please? Yes. Next one. The next slide, please.
Hello, Prof. Ali, can you see it?
Yes.
The next Pak Adi.
Yeah, but
Next
just
slide,
next
Pak
one,
Adi.
please. Next one. Yes. No, the one before that. Okay, the first slide talks about using the whole brain, because as we know, when training or when learning, we use the two hemispheres, the two brain hemispheres, the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere. And there is an integrated mode that we can use the powers of the two hemispheres in order to learn or in order to train. And number two principle is cultivate a thirst for knowledge. When you're training, we need a lifelong learning and a lifelong skills. And we have to do this through energizing or through giving what we call or creating what we call thirst for knowledge. By continually learning and growing, you feed your mind with ideas and expand your thinking. Next, please.
Dr. Adi.
Just press the arrow of your very far right arrow at your laptop.
Tolong di-handle Pak Adi. Ya, berisinya Pak Adi, Dr. Adi.
The next slide, Pak Adi. Slide berikutnya, Pak Adi.
Pak Adi, next slide.
Actually, it has been changed to the next slide, but it takes times to load. Sorry.
I think if this is going to continue, then you can skip my presentation and get to the second presenter.
Sorry, Prof.
Wait, Prof. I try.
Pak Adi, please try to.
I try now.
Okay.
To my laptop.
Try to handle.
Yes. Wait a minute. Through my laptop.
Okay. Sorry, Prof. Ali Qoura, for the technical problems.
No problem.
Actually, the materials for the first presenters is very interesting for us, especially for the teaching and learning activities in Indonesia. However, later the committee will share the...
Yes, that's it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So the first one is how to be creative, is that you have to seek to use both sides of your brain. Why? Because creativity requires whole brain approach. It requires lateral thinking or thinking about things in new ways. When you think outside the box, we devise fresh approaches to solving problems and meeting challenges. Next, please. Yes, and I have already explained this. The second thing is to cultivate a thirst for knowledge. Next, please. And the third one, this is the fourth one, but no problem, is that when you're training or when you are learning, you have to take breaks to switch on your creative side. Have you ever been hard at work, at a task that required the problem solving, for example, feeling like you are on a roll, only to realize later that your ideas were mostly redundant and uninspired? When we work and work and work without taking breaks, this makes learning or working very redundant and maybe boring. There is noise at the background, please. So set a timer, and when it goes off, switch tasks. Do something else for a while, and then return to your original task. So giving breaks makes your mind fresh again and gives you energy to continue. Next, please. Next, please. Let it again. No, back. Let your imagination run wild. This is what we lack in our education and in our training. We always, or most of the time, we think within molds, within the box. We don't want to get out of the box. And we can do that when we let our imagination run wild. This means goes to its extreme. Give yourself time to let your mind wander, to explore, to daydream, and then use ideas that surface as a part of your brainstorm. Next, please. The most important lesson of all is to have fun. Now we have a movement called edutainment, and edutainment is a mix of education and entertainment. Why? Because evidence-based research prove that having fun in learning and in training will maximize the input. So workshops need to be enjoyable, both for the workshop participants and the workshop facilitator. A joyful learning environment will greatly assist the learning process. Next, please. Next. Training techniques, we have so many training techniques. When we start the training itself, we start with ice-breaking techniques. Why? Because ice-breaking is useful for reducing shyness and lack of confidence among participants. It can provide amusement, reduce tension, and stimulate creative thinking. Next, please. Energizer techniques. They stimulate participants physically and mentally to resume training activities at the end of the long session. To refresh participants during a long session and reduce boredom and monotony. For example, when you are training, you can put, for example, some phrases on the back of trainees on the condition that they don't see it. And then ask everybody, what's on your back? Then find multiple use or find multiple use of a marker pen and so on. So just to energize them to start. Yes, please. Yes. We've done now with the presentation techniques or the ice breaking and energizing. And we are moving to discussion techniques. When you are training somebody, of course, all of us know that brainstorming and know that brainstorming is an idea generating media. It's an idea generating media. It's a training techniques generally used for problem solving or generating a number of possible solutions to a problem. But please, when you are brainstorming, don't evaluate the ideas. Just get the idea flow, continue. Don't judge until you energize all your trainees to give as many ideas as they can to solve the problem. Next. After brainstorming, you can make what we call parking space. Parking space. Now, parking space is one of the techniques that we use during training. A parking space is when somebody interferes or gives you an idea which is not very much related to the point at hand. What do you do with him or her? Just say no problem and record his or her idea at a piece of or a sheet of paper called parking space that you can go again to these ideas when you are finished or when the point at hand is completed. Why? Because this makes sure all ideas get recorded and participants feel like they have not been ignored. Whenever anything comes up that's not relevant to the discussion at hand, park it in a parking space, which is a large sheet, as I said, of paper on the wall. This allows you to stay focused, but reassures participants they will be heard. Next, please. Gallery technique. This is another technique in the discussion part of training. Participants are divided into 3 or 4 groups to discuss issues related to certain topics. Each issue table is provided with a big board with chart paper attached, and this is called the gallery. Each group discuss an issue and write down their conclusions on the chart paper before moving to another issue to other tables. Each group receives a different color of pen to identify its contribution to charts. This is very close to what to cooperative train. Next, please. Now we move to the presentation and demonstration techniques. These are 2 techniques. Demonstration techniques. How do you demonstrate your materials during training? Through practical applications of general concepts. For example, give people the opportunity to share experiences and demonstrations. Give them a chance to see or even experience new things. When you have trainers, don't be lecturing and don't make it a one-man show. Everybody has to be involved, and the experiences of the so many participants have to be shared. Next, please. The second technique, this is the first technique, which is demonstration. The second is presentation. Now you flipped to the practice and exercises. No problem. Now we move to another session or another section of training, which is the practice and exercises during training. And this is what I talked about at the introduction of my presentation, is that we need much practice, and being online doesn't give that much practice. Practice and exercise are very useful for consolidating learning and skills and for developing confidence among participants. Developing confidence to do something by themselves instead of depending on others. Next, please. Some useful practice techniques: preference ranking for recognizing the most important issue and better or the best activity. This is when you are practicing, you need to ask your participants to rank or to categorize the issues and the problems. Next is the worksheet and exercises. This technique helps participants to adapt and apply the knowledge and information they have acquired to actual problems and situations. We give them worksheets and ask them to solve a special problem, or to give or provide his point of view of the problem at hand. After completing the worksheets from participants, we may share the results in pairs to learn from each other. Next, please. Learning assessment techniques. When you finish your training session, then you have to assess your training. And this, next please, this can be done through 2 things: self-assessment and group assessment. In self-assessment, we can assess ourselves as trainers, like standardized or standard questionnaire or checklists or personal responses. we can ask participants to write down on a sheet of paper their personal reactions and experiences during the training program. Next, please. This is a self-assessment. The group assessment is a bit different, and it can be done through, yes, this is a group assessment. It can be done through interviews, mood meter, confidence mountain, implementation of creative technique. This is, I made this especially for my country, but it can apply to other contexts. Ideas are useless until used. Okay, so we tend to give too much theory, but we have to have the chance to make hands-on experiences. In order to implement creative change in the training, we have to involve participants or trainees and ask them to solve problems. Components of innovation system in any training context is that clarity in mission statements and goals. And I like you, my colleagues and audience, to focus on this, the next point. The next point says that an organizational culture that values innovation. Our problem in most Arab and Muslim countries and African countries is that we tend to cling to hold fast to classic, traditional, and old-fashioned ways of thinking and ways of learning. So in institution, you have to cultivate the culture of innovation, where there is encouragement for personnel to think differently, take calculated risks. You will not succeed until you take a risk and challenge the status quo. And this is our problem, dear brothers and sisters. The adequate resourcing of innovation in line with a strategy. I think these are the components for innovation that I suggest in my paper on evidence-based training. The placing of responsibility for innovation on all staff. Responsibility for creativity and innovation should be the responsibility of all staff. If you are in a university, then the responsibility resides with the students, the junior teaching staff, the senior teaching staff, the university administration. It's not one group. It's the responsibility of everybody. An enriched physical workplace that enhance creativity by providing accessible, casual meeting spots, physical stimuli, space for quiet reflections, and a variety of communication tools. And I'd like you to focus again on this last point. Human resource systems, as we know, we hire people to work for the university or to work for your company. Then when you choose those people, you have to choose them with different styles of thinking. Why? Because if we chose all the employees with the same style of thinking, then we will not provide any creative perspectives. Next, please. And finally, 3 basic principles for creative training: make people enthusiastic, let people participate, make people accountable. Next, please. And with this, I conclude my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ali Kuro, for the presentations. I think it is very worthy and interesting topic for us, blended learning or virtual teaching and learning, which is completed with some creativity and also exercising. So please, for the audiences, if you have questions, you can raise your hand. While waiting for the audiences, I think I have a question, Prof. Ali.
Sure.
For the assessment technique, you already presented that there are two types, self-assessment and group assessment. In self-assessment, if I invite my student to make their own questions and then they exchange their questions to their peer, can I say that it is self-assessment?
Self-assessment really can be done through questions, but at the same time, it can be done, especially if you're working with the students, those are youngsters, and you have to make some kind of direction. Then I personally prefer that I give them maybe a checklist that they choose from. Why? Because maybe they will focus on one aspect only of the learning process. But when I give them a checklist that they can evaluate them in terms of, I am, as a trainer, I'm giving them all aspects of the training.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ali. Please, the audiences, to address him a question. Time is yours. We still have about 3 minutes.
Okay, good morning, Prof. Ali.
Okay,
good morning.
Okay, yes, I am Professor Ahya. I am very interesting with your explaining.
Thank you.
Okay, I hope you explain me about the component of innovation system. You try explaining that number one, clarity in mission statement and goal, and number two, an organizational culture that value innovation where there is encouragement for personnel to think differently, take calculated risks, and challenge to status quo. And number three, the adequate resourcing of innovation in the line with strategy. I hope you keep explaining about the implementation of the component of innovation system in the area of education training.
Yeah, in educational training, really, my brother, what we really need and what we, our training system, especially in the professional developments for teacher, is the lack of the culture itself. We have to change our culture from resisting innovations and advancement and progress in education to a kind of accepting and trying and taking the risk to exercise, to practice, and then judge, but not to just resist and resist and resist. This is one. The second one is that we have to educate our students to take risks. I lived in the United States for about 12 years, and I taught 3 years in George Washington University at Washington, D.C. And what they taught me best is to take risk, to try, and never to have despair or to say the status quo is better, or to go to your comfort zone. And when I say comfort zone is to the ways, habits, the ways of thinking, the habits of working as they are without any change. Okay. So we have to know this. We have also to cultivate in the organization that when you choose people, you don't just choose a staff for your university on their academic score. You have to choose them or part of them on their thinking style, because we need different ways of thinking. I hope I answered your question.
Professor Ahya, okay. Did he answer your question? Okay, I think great question and also answer, Prof. Ali. What I am very impressed is let your imagination run wild as a part of creativity in our teaching and learning activities. Yeah. Anyhow, because the time is up, then let's applause to Professor Ali, yeah, for this very interesting presentations, and we will invite the second presenters. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ali.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ali.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Prof. Yahya, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes. Okay.
And if you can allow me to just
we love you
leave, because
too.
I have some university connections. I have
thank you.
now we are in the mid of examinations for higher studies students. So if you allow me to leave.
Okay.
Okay, Prof.
Okay, we allow you to leave it.
you.
Thank you so much,
you.
Prof. Ali Qoura.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi, Prof. Ali. Okay, now let's invite the second presenters, Associate Professor Dr. Sherif, yeah, Mohamed, Sherif Mohamed Ismail, B.Sc, B.Sc, M.Sc, M.P.A, Ph.D, PMP from Egyptian Germany Academy, Egypt. Okay, time is yours, Associate Professor Sherif. You have about 20 minutes, yeah, to present, and we will continue with a 5-minute question and answer. Okay, please, time is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Firstly, thank you so much for this kind invitation. And by the way, thank Prof. Ali for his insightful and valuable presentation. Let me share my presentation with you, please. Is it okay now? Did you see the presentation?
Yes, that's very nice, Prof.
Great. Dear speakers and the participants, I would like to share some ideas about what we call it artificial intelligence in education during and post-COVID-19. Actually, such a webinar tried to keep abreast of current ideas of AI in learning. And no doubt the global crisis linked to the COVID-19 pandemic exceed by far the public health sphere, as it has deeply challenged the fabric of our modern society and leaving no sector unaffected. By the way, education has been no exception, and more than 180 countries around the world shut down all schools, affecting the lives of almost 1.6 billion children, youth, and their families. During the COVID-19 crisis, countries have implemented a range of measures to curb the educational impact of the pandemic. In times of emergency, speed in the implementation of responses is key, but evidence of what may work is limited and constrained on resources and capacity are pending. I try to propose some ideas that can help university structure the implementation strategy of evolving education responses to COVID-19 using AI. And based our Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam recommendation what is little and sufficient is better than is abundant and negligent. So I try to make my presentation short as possible as I can. Our outline today, I will try to define what is AI. I will talk about rule artificial intelligence in learning. I try to show you some example of artificial intelligence in learning. Finally, my recommendation. First, we will talk about the AI. Actually, almost of us maybe hear about this word or this terminology a lot. AI stands for artificial intelligence. It's a branch of a computer science dealing with the simulation of intelligent behavior in computers. Also, we can define as the capability of machine to imitate intelligent human behavior. So based on these definitions, we can say that artificial intelligence refers to the theory and development of computer system with the capability of performing repetitive tasks that require human intelligence. Artificial intelligence in education market enable solution and service perform various functions such as knowledge delivery, grading and grouping of a student in performance spaces, and intelligent tutorial systems to improve the learning experiences of student and teacher. Artificial intelligence technologies such as a deep learning, machine learning, and natural language processing, I will try to introduce for them in brief, are applied to education and training software to improve performance and learning experience. Artificial intelligence technology are implemented as pure educational models such as the learner model, pedagogical model, and domain model to improve educational system for better knowledge delivery and assessment. Let me just show you the difference between traditional programming and machine learning. Traditional programming, before we try to, for example, to try to calculate or get the summation of 2 digits, we have to create a program and try to define 2 variable, one for the first digit, the second for the second one, and try to put this algorithm or this program by any high language, and then we get the output. In the machine learning or artificial intelligence, actually, we try to give the machine data and output, and try to get the classifier or the program that give us the best or optimal performance for solving the problem. So machine learning definition, we consider a branch of artificial intelligence concerned with the design and the development of algorithms that allow computer to evolve behavior based on empirical. By the way, algorithm means logical statement, logical steps. We try to reach the solution of a specific problem. Maybe these steps mathematical, what we call it mathematical steps or mathematical statements, and try to convert into programming. A computer program is said to learn from experience E with respect to a class of task T and the performance measure P. Task means what is the problem that the program is solving. Experience, what is the data example that the program is using to improve its performance. Performance means the performance of program. When we solve the specific or given problem, try to evaluate the solution. So this, we call it as a performance. Now, I'll go for the relation or the role of artificial intelligence in learning. The transformative power of artificial intelligence cuts across the all economic and social sectors, including education. Education will be profoundly transformed by artificial intelligence based on UNESCO Director General said. Artificial intelligence will be evolving the teaching tool, ways of learning, access to knowledge, and teacher training. Artificial intelligence had the potential to accelerate the process of achieving the global education goal through reducing barriers to access learning, automating management process, and optimizing method in order to improve learning outcomes. In the improvement of the education system, an important role is played by artificial intelligence by providing various purposes such as to personalized help, meet a variety of student needs, support teacher, identify weaknesses in the class room, automate grade, support student, and allow teacher to act as a learning motivator. At present, multiple choice material can be automatically graded by using artificial intelligence technology, whereas in future, as the technology evolves, it is expected that as AI technology will be able to perform different jobs more than the standardized ones. Now I'll go for some example of artificial intelligence and learning. The first example, we talk about smart learning content and content analytics. The concept of a smart content is a trendy theme now, as artificial intelligence can create digital content with the same degree of grammatically prose as a human. Smart learning content creation, from digitized guides of textbook to customizable learning digital interfaces, are being introduced at all levels, from elementary to post-secondary to corporate environments. One of the way to use this in an educational system is when AI can condense the content in broadening troubleshooting guides into more digestible study guides with troubleshooting steps, summary, flashcards, and intelligent simulation. Also, smart learning content can also be used to design a digital curriculum and content across a variety of devices, including videos, audio, and an online assistant. The second example, what we call it intelligent tutoring system. AI can do more than condense a lecture into flashcard and smart study guides, as it can also tutor a learner based on the difficulty they are having. This involves something known as mystery learning. By the way, the mystery learning is a set of principles largely tied to the work of educational psychologist Bloom in 1970. This support the effectiveness of individualized tutoring and instruction in the classroom. There are now smart tutoring systems that use data from specific learners to give them the feedback and work with them directly. For instance, an intelligent tutoring system called Sherif is being used to teach Air Force technicians to diagnose electrical system problem in aircraft. Another advanced version of intelligent tutoring system is avatar-based training models, which were developed by University of Southern California to train military personnel being sent on international posts. Artificial intelligence application is still in its early stage. It will soon be able to work as a full integrated digital platform that helps learners with their educational need in just about any areas of needs. Also, this platform will soon be able to adapt to help every educator and learner. The third example of artificial intelligence is learning virtual facilitator and learning environments. With artificial intelligence, an actual lecturer may be soon replaced by a robot. And what we call it, I think almost of us see what we call it Sophia robot. And this is the best example for this virtual facilitator. Not entirely this replace will be, but there are already virtual human monitor and the facilitator that can think and act like human. But how does a virtual facilitator think or act like human? Now there are a lot of examples for that, but let the future answer the question. A new trending technology is known as the touchless technology, and the gesture recognition technology gives virtual facilitator the ability to respond or act like human in a natural way, responding with verbal, non-verbal codes, smart learning environment, and the platform using artificial intelligence, 3D gaming, and computer animation to create realistic virtual character and social interaction. This initiative includes more than virtual facilitators, as augmented reality may soon be part of the training. The fourth example, the automation of administrative tasks. Artificial intelligence has great potential in automating and expediting administrative tasks for both organization and professor. Grading homework, evaluating essays, and offering value to student responses is where educators spend the most time. Artificial intelligence can already automate the grading process in multiple choice tests in order to allow educators to spend more time with students one-on-one. But the technology may soon be able to do more than this. Software developers are creating new ways to grade written responses and essays as well. The admission process is also set to benefit as artificial intelligence can automate the processing and the classification of paperwork. The last example today is automatic question generation for education purpose. As educators know, exam-style questions are fundamental education tool serving a variety of purpose in addition to their role as an assessment instrument. Questions have potential to influence student learning. Some of the benefit of using question, such as offering the opportunity to practice retrieving information from memory, providing a learner with a feedback about their misconceptions, focusing learner attention on the important learning material, reinforcing learning by repeating core concept, motivating a learner to engage in learning activities. All these objectives we can use artificial intelligence to achieve, and we can achieve more than this objective. Finally, we have two research groups, one for automatic question generation for education purpose, the second one automatic student tracking and the monitoring. Any researcher need to share us and collaborate with us, he or she welcome. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much for the nice, informative, and also insightful presentations. Please, the audiences, if you have any questions, you can address to the presenter. Hello, audience, any questions? We're waiting for the audience. I think I have a question for you. The role of artificial intelligence here is can what is that? Motivate learners to engage in the learning activities. However, with what I found, what I encounter to my virtual classroom with my students, when I take, for example, when I invite the students to take part using virtual virtual teaching and learning activities, some of them, it seems it just show their face, they do not really actively engage in the learning activities. So what is your suggestion?
Excuse me, I didn't hear you clearly, so excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I will repeat. Yeah. One point that I can take from this presentation is that artificial intelligence can motivate learners to engage in the learning activities. However, when in my classroom, in my virtual classroom, I often find my students are not really interested. When we have something like virtual discussions. Only some of them who are actively involved in the discussion. So, what is your suggestions?
Okay, that's great. I get it now. Let me just explain something, because such a topic like artificial intelligence and learning, we talk about how we will use artificial intelligence in case of replacing the teacher themselves. So the question now, I will not only use artificial intelligence in educational process. No. We talk about the level we replace the teacher themselves by this technology. So the question is, what about the future of teacher or educator or professors? Because we have to prepare ourselves from now. Now, education industry faces a very challenge or a big challenge, but also there is a unique opportunity. This opportunity, what we call it, to reach out to everyone on the earth and to provide them all with access to insightful and valuable content. And there are three areas we have to pay attention with them: curation, distribution, and consumption. These areas, as educator or as a teacher, we have to develop and try to do our best to find a way, innovative way to focus on it. This is the only way, from my point of view, to try to useful or use this artificial intelligence technology. For example, curation. Every one of us has a unique individual learning style. So creating educational material that get the most from each student is no easy task. Today, all of our educational course material are created by human, but there will come a tipping point by 2030 maybe, equipped with artificial intelligence and with unlimited access to powerful cloud computing resources. This is an example. Another, we talk about distribution. Over the past 20 years, we have seen a significant change in the way of content distribution. In the past, students had to be in classroom, but now educational institutions like MIT, Harvard, and even private companies like B&G and General Electric are offering students from around the world the opportunities to attend their own various of massive open online courses, what we call it MOOC. Okay. The third also conception. Conception will be one of the most rapidly changing part of the learning equation. Student will increase, become accustomed like what you call it, AR, avatars, and artificial intelligence content. But over time, this technology will give way to platform for which there are already working prototype. Also, we cannot neglect what the artificial intelligence present for what we call it disabilities. Okay, so it will give a very important role for this person. They will suffer, or they suffer from attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and other disability.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think you still have one more question from the audience. Pak Masngut, I have a question for you. What is the new development used in a class that more human?
What? Please,
what is the new development used in a class that more human?
Yeah. I'm so sorry. I didn't get it. Try to rephrase it, please.
Okay. The psychological interaction between teacher and student be replaced by technology. So the question is, what is the new technology that can replace the humanity of the teacher?
Yeah, great question. Actually, we mentioned that during our presentation, we talk about touchless technology and the gesture recognition technology. This technology, and there is what we call it unbelievable. A technology will come soon. This technology will get the information from your brain directly without any reaction. You cannot imagine, like what happened with Professor Stephen Hawking. Microsoft tried to find a way by technology to try to help his disability. So there are a lot of technology that will enhance this point, and the next will be very huge and unbelievable. Let the future show us. I hope I answered the question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
For the presentations. I think because the time is already up, and again, we would like to thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am.
My question, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I think the time is up, Adi. The
Just
time is already
one.
up. We still have 8 presenters.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. For the very
nice
informative presentation.
Shukran, Prof.
Thank you so much.
See you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, before inviting the third presenters, I would like to remind you that after the presentation, you can directly raise your hand and then address your own questions to the presenters. Okay, please make use of these golden chance. The third presenter is Associate Professor Dr. K.G. Farkesi from Christ College Autonomous, Kerala, India, with the title of the with the topic of the presentation is Digital Transformations of Education in the New Normal Era. I think it is another interesting topic to discuss. I will let Professor Dr. Farkesi to take this time.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes.
It's okay.
I think it is less clear.
Now, how is it now? Better?
Hello. Yeah.
Hello. Is it better now?
Yeah, better. But I think the volume is still low.
Yeah. Shall I increase it? Okay.
Okay.
Is it okay now?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So I'm the third speaker, and good afternoon from India. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And nice to see you all. scholars and knowledgeable people, and this kind of information exchange will always help us. Caring or sharing is caring now. So naturally, though we are all in the lockdown, see in India, we are having a kind of what you call district-wise, state-wise lockdowns. But we all know as educators, we are not down. Though we are locked down, we are in lockdown, we are not down. Okay, we are now making use of this time for these kind of exchanges, and it's wonderful. And at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers and the university who have given me a chance to speak on this occasion. So with that note, and I'm going to speak on digital transformation of education. Okay, in the new normal era, that's a topic. What would be the opportunities for our teachers and students to engage in teaching learning process? And I'll be talking in a very general manner, addressing, of course, the concerns of both students and teachers, and how should we be like in the new normal scenario, and how are we to execute our teaching learning process in the post-COVID scenario. Okay, so with that short introduction, I hope you have made me co-host. I'll start my. Okay, fine. Okay, right. So hope you can see my screen, right? Hello, ma'am.
Yes, I can see.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it is digital transformation education in the new normal era. And what exactly is digital transformation of education? See, when we speak of education, we all know, being educators, education is the process of facilitating learning or the acquisition of knowledge, skills, values, beliefs, and habits. Digital transformation means transforming an organization's core business to better meet customer needs by leveraging using maximum of technology and data. In education, the target customer is often students, and we people, the faculty, staff, alumni, etc., are the other stakeholders. So digital transformation means transforming an organization's core business, and the core business of educational institutions are teaching learning process, and use how we can use technology and the latest technologies, ICTs, to meet this requirement. That would be my topic. See, this graphically shows the transition from physical to digital. Very graphically, this shows, the transition from physical to digital, from the slate to the digital pad. And when we speak of digital transformation, aimed at transforming students' experience, and it includes recruiting students digitally using social media and text messaging as a part of data-driven decision process. In India, we have already started our admissions, and we are going exactly like this. Recruiting students digitally. The previous speaker also mentioned about this, and we automate. When we speak of education, it consists of teaching learning process, it consists of assessment, and of course, administration, and the extension and research. So almost everything need to be done digitally these days, allowing students to register via other mobile phones or scalable cloud-based student information systems, providing a variety of online learning options to students. Have enough courses to choose from. Then students will have enough courses to choose from at key points of their academic career. And then, see, working with faculty and programs to convert courses, flipped and blended models. Okay, so we have been engaged mostly in face-to-face teaching, but now we have to go for flipped or blended models of teaching learning process, and using technology to monitor student progress and success metrics and execute intervention protocols. Naturally, that's regarding the assessment. Again, that has to be digitized. Partnering with industry to provide digital badges and certificates to enhance career opportunities. Okay, so that also digital badges can be thought of by in educational institutions from the related industries so that we can enhance the career opportunities and placement programs. Okay, so in general, when we speak of digital transformation of education, all aspects, the teaching learning process, then the administration, assessment, extension and research, all these would be digitally transformed. But I am not an advocate of 100% digitization. But instead, we should go for a blended learning. Even after COVID, during the COVID times, we are using, in fact, the latest technologies to reach our students. But maybe in the new normal, we will have to, use both. Okay, since our teachers are now quite good at all these different technologies, I think they'll be using it. And if the question were asked, who led the digital transformation of education? See, I've shown here two agencies, the UGC, University Grants Commission in India, and the MHRD, that is the Ministry of Education. Both have been trying very hard for this digital transformation, but COVID to a certain extent has succeeded in making this happen, the digital transformation of education, not only in India, all over the world, I'm sure. And when we speak of influence of COVID on education, see, there are a lot of positive outlooks and there are also some negative influences. Okay, see, positive outlook would be, and let me tell you, we should take this, there are a lot of implications of COVID-19. One is that we should, in a way, think very seriously about our basic tenets. Okay, that they are challenges, at the same time opportunities and possibilities. We teachers need to change the way we teach, and the students will have to change the way they learn. So the positive outlooks are opening new avenues in the field of education. A lot of new avenues which were there otherwise hidden are now open to everyone. Okay, we have even heard of this artificial intelligence, the latest technology, maybe paving way for learning new resources. And the COVID times, though we are in hard times, it has paved the way for learning new resources and new technologies and to use them in our teaching learning process, giving an opportunity to experience new technology interventions. I'm sure that most of our teachers who were a bit reluctant to use these technologies are using it now. They are learning it, using it, and we are exploring the different technology interventions in our teaching learning process, enabling learning of new skill set. And again, that is another aspect. We have learned the new skill sets in order to meet the situation, reinforcing the need for continuous learning. And if you want to learn continuously, and if you want to go for lifelong learning, the only way is to depend on technology, the latest technologies, the ICTs, and creating a totally new education vertical. We are even, as a Microsoft team, we have even thought of creating totally new education vertical, maybe teaching different age groups the same subject, at the same time. Okay, kind of vertical education. But of course, there are negative influences like closure of institutions. Institutions are closed all over the world. Increasing compulsive use of electronic devices, whether you like it or not. You are forced to use. These electronic devices. Effect of general well-being. That's also, we are very much worried about our well-beings of our dear ones and near ones. Social disengagement is also there very much. Okay, because we cannot go out, we cannot interact with people, all that. Then denial of extracurricular activities. See, teaching learning, the college universities means extracurricular activities also, but most of them are denied. But in India, in our university have gone for a online arts festival, okay. Then exposure and experience is also limited. Teacher-student disconnect is there now and then. Challenges in sustaining relationship is also there. Okay, the teacher to student relationship and the relationship between the staff, creating sense of insecurity and uncertainty. And I'm sure there is a sense of insecurity and uncertainty that prevails all over the world. But these are negative influences. But as far as educators are concerned, we have a lot of possibilities and opportunities which will be there in the new normal situation too. Okay, a lot of new avenues are opened, new technologies are explored, new skill sets are learned, like that. So, but there is another problem, that is student perception of disengagement. Many students complain these days when we are all going online. There are a lot of reasons for the disengagement. Let's see that. Ineffectiveness of virtual classrooms and the learning outcomes. And that is just because of the teacher taught mindset. Students think that both students and teachers often think that teaching learning process can take place only in the classroom. That is one reason, and many complain about the ineffectiveness of virtual classrooms and learning outcomes. That is one reason for disengagement. Then teacher taught mindset, and I would say this mindset will have to change. Okay, and it's slowly changing both for teachers and students if you are to address this teaching learning process in the new normal. Limitations of interactions, I'm sure, interactions are also limited. Absence of community feeling and class atmosphere is there, of course, because we are teaching online and everyone is attending the classes at their own homes. Then there is a sense of isolation. That is also one reason for student disengagement. Okay, sense of isolation is there, and unconducive home environment. I am sure, because teaching learning process often took place in the classrooms, and home was not a place for that. But now it is happening at homes, in our houses, and I am sure many of the homes have a kind of unconducive environment. Environment is not suited for teaching learning process, maybe. Then there are some challenges of technical glitches like bandwidth, laptop desktop capability, inadequacy of resource requirement for more than one laptop. Okay, sometimes you need more than one laptop and smartphone at home. Okay, or everyone should have one, because all are engaged in the process of either teaching or learning. Then weather is a very important factor. Weather, okay, because we are having monsoon season, and often there's a lot of connectivity bandwidth issues. Power situation, power failures will also affect our teaching learning process. Another one is lack of individual attention. We have to develop it. Lack of individual attention. Teacher learner responsiveness also limited. Computer fatigue, another important thing. When you spend hours and hours in front of the computer screen, that make your eyes tired, there will be problems. Another problem is content conflict. When students get classes one after another online, okay, naturally there is there is a chance of content conflict. And how to address these student concerns in the new normal situations? Prepare students for the change. They will undergo by induction programs. Induction programs are a must. Okay, only if there are such induction programs, conducted by universities and colleges to prepare both teachers and students for the new normal situations, and do not force, compel, or pressurize by overloading the academic sessions. That's something very important. Okay, we have to give breaks. Okay, readjust the pace of teaching. The pace of the speed of teaching should be readjusted so that all the students can pick up, because it's online. Create student familiarity by facilitating face-to-face online ice-breaking sessions. Such ice-breaking interactions are very necessary these days to get to win the students to our side. If need be, shorten class duration. That is also very important point. Shorten class duration. Give extended breaks in between the sessions so that students will feel at ease to attend the classes. And our 1 hour classes, which we used to give in the universities, can be just half an hour, and extended breaks can be given to students so that content conflict can be avoided. To clear inhibitions and anxiety, create small group mentor sessions. That is also another important tip. Use of social media like WhatsApp or Telegram for informal interaction offline will also help the students, and both faculty and students, and enhance faculty role in the classroom from fire and forget to guide and mentor. Okay, that was often a style, fire and forget. Okay, in the face-to-face classroom. From that, we need to guide and mentor our students. So in general, when you use the latest technologies or ICTs on teaching and learning process as a part of digital transformation of education, we need to change the way teachers teach and the way students learn, and both should be aware about it. Both teachers and students should be aware of this, or we should make them aware of that. Okay, and see the shift. A shift. See, in the face-to-face classrooms, a teacher was a knowledge transmitter, a primary source of information, a knowledge transmitter. But in the case of online teaching, okay, the new normal, a teacher has to be a facilitator, a collaborator, a coach, knowledge navigator, and a co-learner. Hope see the difference from a knowledge transmitter in the regular classrooms or in the face-to-face classrooms to a learning facilitator, a collaborator, a coach. A coach, of course, a coach dwells on all the three domains. When teaching is often dwelling on the cognitive domain, see, a coach will have to take care of both what do you call not only three, the affective domain, the cognitive domain, and also the psychomotor domain, and should contribute a lot of skills, skill learning to the students, a knowledge navigator and a co-learner. And as far as on the other side, in our classrooms, the teacher controlling and directing all aspects of the learning. So we had teacher-centered classrooms mostly. Mostly the classrooms were teacher-centered in our face-to-face teaching, and we have to shift from that to teacher giving students more options and responsibilities for their own learning. So we give more options and responsibilities for their own learning. So naturally, what happens is, see, students become, in a way, self-directed, self-motivated, and self-regulated students, or we should uplift them to that level for a better teaching learning environment in the new normal. And see, this is a paradigm shift. See, from teacher-centered classrooms to student-centered learning, where it is the duty of teacher to introduce all these different aspects, all these different sources of learning to the student, monitor them, assess them. So it is, see, the earlier concept was a dedicated teacher, a teacher who is 100% dedicated, who thought four walls of the classroom, his world, was considered to be a good teacher. But now things have changed. A good teacher is a person who can bring world into the classroom. A good teacher is a person who can bring world into the classroom. So it is the duty of a teacher to introduce all these different sources of teaching learning process, or of sources of information to our students. So in a way, see, but let me tell you, technology cannot replace teachers. Technology can never replace teachers, but instead teachers who know technology may replace teachers who don't. And technology in the hands of great teachers can work wonders, especially in the new normal, right? And now, these are the 21st century skills that we need to concentrate on. So whatever we may teach, we may teach English, we may teach, of course, the language, or sciences, or social sciences, mathematics, okay? Whatever we teach, the new recruiters often look for their critical thinking skills, creativity skills, communication skills, collaborative skills, etc., and problem solving skills. These are often said to be the 21st century skills. And how can we, in fact, teach them? See, this is the old classroom, or the face-to-face classroom, where in the classrooms often we were engaging our students. This is the different cognitive levels. We were engaging them to remember and to understand. Okay, because most of the examinations often tested their remembering level, and how much they can recollect and how much they have understood. But often the higher cognitive levels, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating, these were not taken care of in the classrooms, or it happened out of the classroom, and we don't know whether it happened really. Okay, this is the case of face-to-face classroom. But in the new normal, see, in the new normal, because of the social distancing norms, I'm sure that students cannot attend the classes, in big numbers. Maybe in India, we are planning for opening the schools and admitting students, or that students come 33% at a time. So in which means the same class, a class of the same class of students will be attending the college in 3 shifts. And the teacher cannot repeat the same lesson in the same class 3 times. Because they are coming as 3 groups. But instead, see, out of the classroom, we can have the content delivery. What earlier happened in the classroom, okay, the remembering and understanding, this can be given online, and the rest. And whenever students come to the colleges and universities, we can engage them in applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. Okay, so just, that should happen in the classroom. And the online content, the content can be delivered online, so that the remembering and understanding level should be taken care of outside the classroom, and all these levels, okay, the higher levels may be in the classroom. This is the concept of flipped classroom in simple terms. In ordinary terms, this is the concept of flipped classroom and blended learning. And I'm sure this is going to be the normal way of teaching learning process, maybe in the new normal. And then another important aspect is we have to reflect. As teachers, we have to reflect because we need to have technological pedagogical content knowledge. That is called TPAC. I'm sure you might have heard of it, technological pedagogical content knowledge. And I'm sure since we have been learning for a very long time, the content knowledge is quite, it's with us. Okay, the content knowledge, the content part is often we are quite sure. But regarding the pedagogical aspects, regarding the technological knowledge, we have to reflect and find out where are we. And when these three domains happily blend. Here, a teacher is fully equipped to teach in the new normal. That is technological, pedagogical knowledge. When these three, domains happily blend here. Okay, so the content knowledge is often taken care of, but the pedagogical knowledge, okay, how to teach. This content is what to teach, pedagogical, how to teach, and which technologies, which latest technologies, technological tools or applications that we should be using. That is a technological knowledge. So we need to acquire all these three different what you call knowledges if you are to be a good teacher. But it doesn't mean that you collect all knowledge about tools, because you may be wondering, see, when you return home, you should have skill sets for 21st century, and you should be ready to build a new paradigm, change the whole thing, web access, creative publishing, information management, thinking pedagogy, and also new environment. Yes, but I would like to say it doesn't matter how many resources you have. If you don't know how to use them, it will never be enough. Okay, see, so many resources, but see what he's doing. Okay, so one or two will be enough for him to go the other side. Look, but this is something very important, because when we run after different tools, see, we should know what tools we need and how that should be used for the benefit of our students. So it doesn't matter how many resources we have, but we should know how to use them, and that will be more than enough. And so that's what I would like to tell you. Using technology successfully in the classroom is a mindset, not a skill set. Skills we can acquire, but we need to first have a mindset to use latest technologies in our classroom for the benefits of our students, because all over the world, okay, in all walks of life, technology is creating wonders. Whether it's in the medical field, in the legal field, or in the banking field, they are using maximum of technology. So it is our duty to use available technologies for the effectiveness of our teaching learning process. And let me tell you, it is not the hardware or software that matters. It is the human way that matters. And what is human way? It is the individual teacher's capacity to use or design the classes. With the available technology. Of course, there is digital divide. Okay, and there are digital haves and have-nots. Taking all this into consideration, if a teacher can really, what you call, design, plan his classes with available technology, that's a mindset. So it's not hardware or software, but human way that matters. Before I end my talk, I would like to tell you the influence of COVID on three groups of people. See, almost 50%. See, it is like this. Who you became or become during COVID-19. See, 50% of people are afraid. So they are grabbing toilet papers. Okay, you might have seen the European countries complain about having to sit on your ass, means grumbling. Complaining that is this over yet? Sleep until 12 to 14 hours a day. They are the group of afraid, people who are afraid. And 40% are in the learning phase. Use the time to learn new things, find ways to stay productive, attend a lot of what you call webinars, speak in the webinars, and attend online courses, get into discussion forums. Okay, give up what you can't control. But the thing what we can do is stay at home, stay safe. Okay, take action with your extra time. Whenever you have extra time, take action, do something useful, live in the present, not in the future. Okay, and work hard. This is 40%. But let me tell you, only 10% has entered the growth phase. This 10%, what they are doing, their characteristics are plant the seed for something amazing in the life to come. Identify this time as potentially life altering. use the time to build something that will have value for the rest of our life, and become mentally tough, become great at time management. Okay, we need to be develop major skill set now, change your life and work smart. So when learning phase people are working hard, see, the others are working smart, and we need to work smart. Rather than working hard, we need to work smart, and to enter the growth phase, only 10 has entered. And let me tell you, see, this old story of a crow finding water in a pot and working hard, putting stones into it, the water level rises and it drinks. But so one needs a smart work rather than hard work. That is, see, these digital devices, these latest technologies can be used as a straw to drink the water. That is smart work. So my dear teachers and research scholars, this is a time to do smart work. So I wish smart teaching and smart learning from your side. All the best. And let's have this new normal, faced courageously with the latest technologies. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Farkisi. It is very interesting presentations. Yeah, the last closing statement is smart. Yeah, smart learning and smart teaching. So both teacher and students need to be innovative. Yeah, to be innovative in conducting the teaching and learning practices. Yeah. Again, I will remind the audiences, yeah, to address Dr. Farkisi. With the questions, yeah.
I'll just stop sharing my screen, okay?
Yeah, okay. I found one question, yeah, from Ibu Eka Sustri, and I think I will let Bu Eka Sustri, yeah, to address your question directly to Dr. Farkisi. Bu Eka Sustri, hello. Hello, Bu Eka. Okay, it seems I will represent her, yeah, to address your question. Different students who are not interested in online learning, please share your learning experience.
Okay, if a student is not interested in online learning, what can be done? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think here is her question.
Okay. That's a very, very general question, a good question, because, but I have my own doubts regarding students, because let me tell you, our students are digital natives. Our students are digital natives, and they are all familiar with these kind of all different, what you call, gadgets. I think they won't be finding it that difficult. I'm a bit afraid of the teachers who are digital immigrants. And compared to students who are digital natives, we teachers are digital immigrants, and naturally we are facing some problems. I think for the, students, it is because they spend a lot of time on the net. Okay, for maybe for gaming, for entertainment and chatting. But I'm sure that if you could just motivate them, just what do you call, tell them that we have no other go, I'm sure that they'll be interested in what do you call, learning online. Of course, they have their own complaints because they want to be in a group, they want to come to college, they want to mix with other people. That is missed. But as far as learning, teacher learning is concerned, I think if you could just orient them, they would love learning even through this method, because they are basically digital natives and it is normal to them. Okay, whereas we teachers are digital immigrants, but students are digital natives. So for them, it is normal. Okay, it won't be that difficult to orient them to learn the ICT way or the technological way. That's what I feel.
Okay, thank you. It might be because we are, as a teacher, classified as digital immigrants, so we have to make make appropriate with our students who are classified or grouped as a digital native. So we as a teacher should work smartly, yeah, and should teach them smartly.
That's what I feel.
And here is the concluding the bring world into the classroom, and we are as digital immigrants, we need to be good teacher who can bring the work into our classroom so that our students are interested, yeah, in our teaching and learning activities. Okay, I think thank you so much, yeah, for your nice and great presentation, Professor Dr. Farkivi. And then I think see you next time in the other.
1 minute for Dr. Farkis, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, Dr.
Good morning.
Farkis from Kerala,
Good afternoon.
Kerala, India.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Nice presentation from you.
Thank you.
I know that your presentation, there are two lines. The influence of COVID on education.
Yes.
Influence of COVID on education, there are positive outlook and negative influence. Number one, for negative influence here, closure of institution, and then increasing compulsive use of electronic device.
Yes.
And then affect and general well-being, social disengagement, general extracurricular activities, explore and experience. Teacher-student disconnect, and then sharing and sustaining relationship, creating sense of insecurity and uncertainty. I have you explain me how educational leader in India deal with the negative problem of COVID on the practice of learning school experience while studying at home.
Yes, yes.
Thank
you. Thank you, Professor, for that.
I think two
question.
minutes.
Yeah,
You
only
have 2
2
minutes.
minutes. I've
Yes,
just 2 minutes. Yeah. I'll wind up. Okay, just 2 minutes. And here in India, yes, of course, India is a developing country, and naturally we have this digital divide. We have digital haves and have-nots. Okay, and we are how we are trying to meet this situation is through we are having online classes, especially through TV channels. We are using TV channels for that. So most of the houses or homes will have a TV. So when classes are given through TV channels, I think most of the students can attend. Of course, interaction is not possible. Then we have what you call the district libraries, etc., which are equipped with, internet, are also have gathering students. Okay, of course, with social distancing norms and attending the classes. That's how we are doing at present. So, okay, that's how. So that's how we are managing it now. Right. The problem is here.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice presentations.
Thank you.
Okay. See you. Yeah, see you, Dr. Farkisi.
Thank you, professors.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. The audiences, let's invite the next presenter. Yeah, we still have about 7 presenters, and the time I think is very strict. Yeah, we have to manage our time very well. We will invite your topic today. Please, Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan, time is yours. Are you with us? Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Yes.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Do you hear me?
Your voice is not really clear.
What about now? Now
okay,
it should be okay.
Yes, good. Good. You have 20 minutes.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me today in your conference. I appreciate the invitation. Today, the presentation will be about how to improve the teaching quality. So, starting with what we know, teachers matter more to student achievement than any other aspect for schools and university to success. So greater teachers matter nowadays. So here, for example, there is two groups. The first group, teachers with high performance, and the second group is teachers with low performance. We can see teacher in the top 20% of performance can get 5 to 6 more months to student learning each year than the low performance teachers. And the impact of the quality teaching introduced as Raj et al. In 2011 said, elementary and middle school students who are taught by more effective teacher for just 1 year attend college at higher rates by age 18. So what that mean? That mean the teachers who great in teaching in first level in elementary or in middle school, the student will understand more, they will learn more, so in the future they will get to the university in 18 years old, so they will success in their classes, as Raj 2011 found. Also, the quality of teacher preparation has a great impact on teachers and students. The need for improved teacher preparation. Many teachers, they just know what they want to present or to teach, and they just came to the class and they just tell the student or send what they have from ideas or information from the book to the student, but without preparation, without new ideas to make the student not boring or make them engage with the teacher. Here, they said that 62% new teachers say they graduated from education school unprogrammed from the classroom. So many teachers nowadays graduated, but in the real life, life in teaching, they don't have the experience. So I believe the university should give the teachers or doctors a space or some experience, so when they got a job in the future, they will have an experience to taught the student. Also, more and better trained teacher, especially in technology. As we know right now in COVID-19, we all change from old school to the technology nowadays. So going to Zoom and other programs, or from books to tablet, from books to laptops and computer. Yes, we used it before, but not like now, not like right now. So the teachers that they don't know how to use it, this is the time to improve their knowledge and the skills to know what goes around them in technology. As I said, starting with in technology, how to learn or how to use many softwares, like for example Zoom, WebEx, Meet, or Skype and other programs that can meet the student and can learn, know how to taught them by those programs. There is a problem here. The internet there is some like that. When we taught the student, there is 20, 40, or 1,000 students. Not all of them they have a good internet, or they have the software that we want him to use or her to use. For example, Zoom. So we can let them to join Skype, for example, or other software if we want to meet them one by one, or to use a program that all students that can use it. So the teacher or the professor should know most of those software, so they can use it if he has any problem in the main one, which is, for example, Zoom or any other program. So I advise all the teachers and the professors, they didn't know any other software other than Zoom, for example. They should learn 2 or 3 to so they can use it if they need. Make your lecturer more interaction. That will help the student to have high grades, as TISIA et al. 2020. One of those programs that can engage the student with the classes is Kahoot.
Hi, we're Kahoot. We're on a mission to make learning awesome. Our game-based learning platform is used by millions of people all over the world: teachers, students, company employees, and lifelong learners. Kahoot makes it easy to create fun learning games or trivia quizzes in minutes, anytime, anywhere. We call them Kahoots. It works for any subject, in any language, on any device. You can also discover and play existing games. There are millions of Kahoots in our library. Kahoot can be played in a live setting with questions on a big screen, or on your mobile device where you see questions and answers on one screen. As well as in schools, Kahoot is played in companies, at events, and even parties to make learning awesome. Sign up today at kahoot.com. Let's play.
So this is a Kahoot. Kahoot is one of the software can let the student engage with the class, so they can't feel bored or focus in another thing, because they must focus to answer the question in Kahoot and engage in the class. Also, there is other example other than Kahoot, for example, Form, so books, Quizlies, and other software that I encourage all the teachers, professors here in your conference to try and use it and see how the student will learn more, and they will have the fast learning, let's say, and they will engage more in their classes, and also the information will stuck in their head faster than before, which is the oldest school. Also, we need to know the other technology that happen nowadays. For example, use VR in teaching, and we have here today in this conference we have an example of a good teacher that he use VR and IR, which is Mr. Mohamed Jalal. He will present after me, and I think he will present in a good material about the VR and IR and other technology. So yeah, we need to know about this technology so we can know what other universities and school use to teach nowadays. Also, state reporting and accountability for teaching preparation program are weak nowadays. Why? Because we need a monitor. Yes, we are doctors and teachers. However, we need someone to monitor us. Sometimes if someone monitor us will improve our quality. We will know what we are weak on, so we can improve it. We can take classes or workshop that can improve our quality and information in some step or something in the teaching that make us a better teacher in our subject. Here, for example, this is a report. So this is one of a real example. This is a report. So the teacher can know his, for example, in maintained, he's good, but in let's say teaching practices independent, if he is alone, he is not that good. He always needs someone practice with him. So here the teacher should know he need to practice with himself. He need to improve himself alone. So this report let the teacher and the professor know what he is weak, so he can improve it. A new regulation will build on a momentum in improving teacher training. There is a regulation nowadays, for example, in here in Kuwait, we use we must use the online teaching. However, there is some old professors, they don't know how to use it, but they will let them come to the university and take a record from them, and then after that share it to the class. However, in UK, they force professors around the university to take a certificate by force to improve their knowledge and teaching, also learning support methods, and make them give them a key contribution to high quality, to make the students high quality. This is an example, which is associate fellow, and then after that fellow, and after that senior fellow, and finally a principal fellow. It's a step for this teaching certificate. The professor doctors or professors can take it from 2 months until 1 year for each certificate. And nowadays, most of universities in UK, when you apply for a job, they will ask for this certificate. Also, learning or teach ourselves alone, it's not enough. So attending workshop or conference like this one will improve our knowledge and skills. And here there is one of the biggest conference around the world about the world in the world. In my subject, it's about accounting, but here, for example, teaching in accounting. So I encourage everyone to attend any conferences and workshop that will improve his knowledge and skills in teaching, and also knowledge. Also, here also one of the workshop that I organized in the 20th of August, that at 1,002 audience that attend this conference. about technology in teaching that really good if anyone attend those kind of conferences, workshop that will, as I said, support his teaching and improve his teaching quality. Thank you so much for listening, and I am happy for any questions.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan, very nice. It is more about how we as a teacher improve our professional. Please, the audience says time is yours to address a question. But it seems to want to ask him a question. Pak Adi, Professor Ahya.
Okay. Hello, ma'am.
Okay, please. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Pak Adi,
Mr. I asked to you part of large technology process, and this change associates with the application of digital technology in all aspects of life in society. The first, how is the application in early childhood students? Should they be introduced to technology? And second, what is the impact if technology is introduced to early childhood students? Thank you.
Okay.
May you repeat your question, please? The sound is not clear. Sorry.
Okay. Will you please repeat your question?
Okay. The first, how is the application in early childhood students? Should they be introduced to a technology? And then, what is the impact if technology is introduced to early childhood students?
Thank you. As the previous.
Doctor, did you get the point?
Yes.
Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan, did you get the point?
Yes, I got the point.
I think I can repeat. Is it necessary?
I got the question. As the previous presenter said, nowadays the students are advanced in technology. They're already born with technology. Our generation, we didn't use mobile in their age, and tablet, computers, and this stuff. In our age, we start learning in 17 or 18 years old. But in this nowadays, in this generation, they are, from 3 years old, they are using tablet, phones, and this stuff. And maybe 1 year old, just maybe her mom or his mom give them YouTube, something to just learn how to say hi and bye, these kind of words from early ages. So I believe I believe most of students they are advanced in technology, so they will not have a hard time to learn a new technique or a new apps or a new software to learn or to go with the technology. Who will have the hard time? The professors who are in 70 years old and above, those also here in Kuwait, they have a problem because they didn't use laptops and computer in that age. So yeah, that I hope I answer your question, Dr.
Adi, okay, thank you, Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan. I think we all agree that children nowadays are born with technology, even though we do not introduce them with technology, but they are very well, working with technology. And our task as a parent and teacher to let them make use of technology for the teaching and learning process.
Also, if you allow me, there's many questions here. They sent to me in a private regarding the applications that I said, for example, Kahoot and other software that I present. Guys, most of these softwares are free. Okay, so you can use it with your class free. So yeah, you can get it free. Just you can write in your computer or tablet, phones, the names of those apps, and also you can Google it. Just write education apps or something like this, or teaching apps, and you will find millions of those software. What I present or highlight is the main softwares.
Okay, thank you so much for the nice explanation and presentation. I think because the time is up, we would like to again thank you so much. Yeah. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Ahmad Al-Katan.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. Cheers.
Yes. We will invite the next presenters. Yeah. The presenters will be by Dr. Prasan S.S.M.Pd, M.A., M.Phil, Net, Ph.D. Yeah, Department of English Letters, Mahafidalaya, Omestis, India. Yeah, India. Okay, I think time is yours. You have 20 minutes. Yeah, to deliver your speech. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is the screen visible for everyone?
Yes, I can see.
What is visible, sir? PPT?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, wait a minute. There is some technical problem here. Oh my God. Why it is not getting selected and fix this problem? I don't know.
But the slide is visible for all the audiences.
Yes, 1 minute. Can you give me for 5 minutes, or you can continue with the next presenter? I will
Okay.
after 15 minutes.
Okay,
After
I think I will invite the next presenters, and you will be later.
Yeah, I will be.
Invite you again. Okay. Bapak, we will invite Mohamed Mahmud Abu Hassan, from Ali Intermediate Boys School, Bahrain. Are you with us? Mohamed Mahmud Abu Hassan, are you with us? Hello, Assalamualaikum. Are you with us?
I think he will try to enter the room right now.
Okay. For the next presenter to prepare, Mrs. Evangelia, after Mohamed Mahmud Abu Hassan, or we can invite Dr. Prasan again. Yeah. Pak Andi, did you let Pak Mohamed Mahmud Abu Hassan with us? Hello?
Wait the moment. Wait the moment.
Wait a moment.
Wait.
Umut, yeah. Umut Mainan. Yeah.
Wait.
Okay. How?
Hello. I will try to relocate my problem. Let us see if it works.
Okay, Pak. Okay, Dr. Prasan, you are ready to present?
Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, visible. Clearly seen for us.
Okay. Anyway,
okay.
Good
Yes.
Let me minimize my. Good afternoon, one and all from India. Respected organizer, Dr. Eddie sir, Dwi, and Dr. Andy sir, Dr. Mutmainna ma'am, Professor Hasham Ali sir, and all the Professor Varghese sir, and each and every delegates across the globe. At the outset, I need to congratulate the entire team of Ministry of Religious Affairs of Indonesia, State Islamic Institute of Tulungagung Graduate School, Islamic Elementary School, Teacher Education Department for two basic reasons. First, for organizing virtual international conference, we can say learning quality improvement strategies in the new normal era, which I think is the need of an hour in the present COVID-19 situation. And second, for inviting internationally acclaimed speakers across the globe to share their expertise on the chosen topic. It's my honor to present my views in front of such a learned audience and academicians. Friends, today I am going to talk on learning assessment tools in the new normal era. My talk is divided into three parts. First part, I will talk about effect of COVID-19 pandemic situation on education. Friends, if you see, change seems to be a constant in education. The sudden and unprecedented shuttering of world's schools and universities across the globe has stopped schools and colleges around the world. And this is a crucial time for the educator, we can say, education sector. Board examinations in India and schools and colleges and other, it is shut down and halted for many months across the globe. This has directly impacted more than 102 million children and 118 countries across the globe. So the lockdown has accelerated adaptation of digital technology, and educational institutions, schools, colleges, and universities have been forced to work in general about technological world, and this is an ideal time to experiment instead of we can say decreasing, or we can force to shut down. We can experiment and deploy new tools to make education delivery meaningful to students who can't go to campuses right now. So it's a chance to be more effective, efficient, and productive while developing new and improved digital skills as far as online teaching, learning, and evaluation assessment is concerned. So it is also a fact that use of technology in education is resulting in different concepts in the system. For instance, the move from teacher-centric class to the student-centric class, as mentioned by my dear friend, Professor Varghese sir.
And as teaching and learning is a lifelong process, the world is always changing along with the curriculum and educational technology. So it is up to the teacher to keep up the space with the time. A teacher who is always willing to go that extra mile to learn many effective tools. A modern teacher is willing to try new things and want to acquire new digital tools. So as rightly mentioned by Benjamin Franklin, an investment in knowledge pays the best interest. So we have been talking about virtual classrooms and various online tools today allow us to make the engagement between the teacher and students as close to a real time experience in classroom time experience as possible. So friends, today I'm going to talk about assessment, types of assessment, and what are the digital assessment tools that we need to understand in the present COVID-19 situation. So what is assessment? Black and William define assessment broadly to include all those activities undertaken by teachers and by their students in assessing themselves, which provide information to be used as feedback to modify the teaching and learning activities in which they are engaged. So activities may include classroom observations, class discussion, quizzes, homework, and tests. So if you want to see what are the types of assessment, there are two types of assessment broadly, formative assessment and submissive assessment. So formative assessment, what is formative assessment? It is used to monitor students' learning to provide online feedback that can be used by instructors or teachers to improve their teaching and by students to improve their learning. So whatever right now, if we are delivering any lecture and if you are taking any assessment, that comes under formative assessment. Common formative assessment include quizzes, games, projects, presentations, and group activities. But what is summative assessment? Summative assessment is, however, it is used to evaluate students' learning at the end of an exam or at the end of that semester, or it is against some standard or benchmark. So common summative assessments include test, final exam, reports, papers, and end of class projects. So friends, today I am going to talk about very informative and online digital tools one by one. So technology encourages learners to learn individually and to acquire responsible behaviors. The independent use of technologies gives learners self-direction, and it supports the classroom teaching through creating opportunities for learners to complete assignments on the computer rather than the normal pen and pencil and in the actual classroom. So there are so many online digital tools, but out of which I have chosen 5 to 6 tools that I am going to talk one by one. So first online digital tool is Google Forms, and everyone is quite aware about this Google Form. Google Forms is a free tool from Google. It offers the following features like create forms, surveys, quizzes, questionnaires. Custom forms is also there. Drag and drop option is also there. So customize values, reorder questions. You can reorder questions like there is a multiple choice question, short answer questions, long answer questions, and you can add images, videos, custom logic, real-time response information is also there. Share the form with others. We can share that form to by mail or by sharing that link. Allow others to complete the forms online and collect all the responses in the spreadsheet. That is the best option Google Form provides, and it provides you with the helpful summaries of the collected data in the spreadsheet and in the form of charts and graphs as well. So for that, if in the Google form itself, we have the one more feature, that is, sorry. This is the Fluvaro in Google Forms. So Fluvaro is a free add-on tool in the Google Form, which lets you quickly grade and analyze students' performances on multiple choice and fill-in assignments. So within a minute, you will be able to get scores for each student and identify students in need of extra help. So I can demonstrate all these things, but due to time constraint, and I want to go with major assessment tools. So I'm not going to demonstrate any tool here, but we need to be mastery over all these digital tools because our teaching is the if you want to judge our teaching, these assessment tools are the best format to assess our whatever we are going for our content, we can say. There are several steps involved in using Fluvaro for online assessment. In this, we can say, first you need to create an assessment in the Google Forms, then submit the correct answers through the form to create the answer key, then send out the form to your students so they can take the assessment, and then install this add-on feature Fluvaro in the associated Google spreadsheet. So, and you can run that Fluvaro to grade the student responses to the assessment and view the results. So you can share that results to by email to all the students as well. So it is a very useful assessment tool that we need to utilize after our formative assessment is concerned. The next important assessment tool is quizzes. The quizzes allows you to conduct student-based formative assessments in a fun and engaging way for students of all ages, right from the UG to PG kind of a post-graduation and university kind of students. So students of all ages. It is a free tool. It works on any device, on we can say web browser, Android mobile or laptop, tablets, anywhere you can install these quizzes. You can access hundreds of ready-made learning quizzes or create your own quiz. So join as a teacher, pick a quiz and use the code for a virtual room to give your students. And the silent features of this quizzes is, first, there is one option, teleport feature, to create quizzes in a second. What is teleport? So quizzes is the only quiz tool that allows you to pick questions from any quiz. There are thousands of quizzes are already available there. Just you need to add any quiz to your quiz option. So add it to your yours with just a click. You need to just click on this teleport option, and you can transport that quiz from other quizzes option. You can pick questions from any quiz. And there is one, if you are on a Google Classroom, nowadays Google Classroom is very popular platform as far as classroom teaching is concerned. All the G suites like Google Doc, Google Slides, and Google Meet, Google Classroom is very much popular in India. And if you are using this Google Classroom, we can add quizzes directly in the Google Classroom. So your students can directly join the game using the link they receive from the Google Classroom itself. You can add a quizzes icon to your home screen. This is another silent feature of quizzes, and you can convert quizzes into printable worksheets as well. So quizzes can be printed as a worksheet if you want to take out printouts. So this is one of the major feature of quizzes. Another, as rightly mentioned by Professor Ahmed in his talk, that Kahoot, millions of teachers and students unleash the magic of learning with Kahoot. Especially Kahoot is a free online game-based platform for teachers and students. It was created to make learning both easy and fun away. A program that anyone can easily access through any internet connected devices. The game master, the teacher can sign up and create a game for the players to participate in. The game format is usually a series of questions asked by the teachers, wherein the students respond individually or by a team. There are two options from a selection of answers. And the twist, you can say that the higher scores are given to the players that responds correctly to each questions as fast as he or she can. The way Kahoot is designed ensures full engagement from the students. It might even get a little bit competition kind of a thing is also there. So it has a features like mix and match questions from our question bank. So instead of typing questions from a scratch, this Kahoot, you can search 500,000 existing ones in our question banks. Like Kahoot has so many question banks already available. Just start typing a question, you will get auto suggestions that you can review and refine. Using the question bank will help you to create Kahoots up to the 3 times faster than any kind of a quizzes kind of application or Google Forms. So, and there is another feature like combine your existing Kahoots. So the ability to combine multiple Kahoots has been one of the most popular feature of a Kahoot. Select 2 or more Kahoots by clicking the just check mark and click combine in the bar is given in that option. And please note that we can say that maximum number of questions you can have in Kahoot is 100 only. So you can import quiz questions from the spreadsheet as well. So our spreadsheet important, we can say Kahoot has a help you to reuse multiple choice questions you have created before, and you can directly import those questions from the spreadsheet and get a, there is one more feature of Kahoot is that get inspired with the template. So there are no need to start as I have already mentioned that from the scratch, that you need, there are hundreds of pre-designed templates are there in in the Kahoot. You can see templates and you can create your own quiz and duplicate and customize Kahoots, including premier games. So of course Kahoot is a if you want to have the higher version, you need to pay. So but Kahoot business model also gamifies, and Dr. Mutmaina is quite specialized in gamification. And all in all, Kahoot is a simple and fun platform that gives teachers access to a free and fresh approach to learning through gamification, and the results are clear. If the students have the fun with while learning, they engage better with the topic. This means that information retention rate is higher in Kahoot. And if you want to create your Kahoot, then you need to log in kahoot.com. And if you are playing a part of a student, then you need to log in kahoot.it. And this is the way we can go with ahead with Kahoot. Another very important digital assessment tool is Nearpod. So Nearpod is a student engagement platform that can be used to amazing effects in the classroom. The concept is very simple. A teacher can create presentations that can contain quizzes, polls, videos, images, drawing boards, web content, and so on. They can also access 24/7, and the children can, and the students can access a teacher's presentation through a code. Nearpod generate one code, and the teacher can move the class through the presentation and let them interact with the media as they go on. They can also opt for student space with the students control the flow of the lesson. And there are certain silent features of Nearpod make every lesson interactive. So here we don't have to start with the beginning. We can upload and make any of your favorite PowerPoint presentations, Google Slides, and video interactive lessons. We can even upload videos directly from the YouTube in the Nearpod, and search from thousands of interactive lessons available in that Nearpod itself, application itself, and it boosts students' participations with the collaborative activities and formative assessments like virtual reality polls, collaborative boards, and game-based quizzes, and get students insight in a real time and in post-session reports. The most important part of this Nearpod is that the app can become even more useful if you insert a quiz in the video. So Nearpod presentation. As a teacher, we can create customized quizzes that can be used as an assessment tools, and the children are instructed to type in their names before joining with the quiz, and the teacher's iPod is then faced with the ongoing progress of the class in an easy to analyze stable manner, and this assessment data can be read on the fly or with the children are engaging in the test. So in other words, we can say we can gain a good idea of the class's overall understanding within any given subject straight away. So all in all, Nearpod is an excellent tool for assessment of all students, especially those who are less comfortable participating in front of the whole class. As students interact with the lesson, Nearpod tracks their individual responses and offers faculty the option to obtain a report of a student's participations and responses. So Nearpod is also one of the best tools that we need to utilize in the actual classroom. Another one important assessment tool is Profs. It is a tool to create quizzes, tests, and assessment with amazing features and a simplified user interface. So quizzes created on Profs quiz maker can be easily shared and embedded on websites or your own blogs. If you see the other silent features of Profs is create online quizzes, full data portability is there. You can store, print, and embedded your quiz, create surveys, polls, flashcards, custom branding is there, support multiple type of questions, sell or buy quizzes as well, and you can convert your document into PDF, PPTs, and videos, and upload it on wikis and blogs, track who took your quizzes. Automated grading is also option there, and free quiz templates are available in Profs. Thus, all in all, Profs quizzes is your go-to source for the free quizzes online. So this online assessment tool is the preferred choice of most of the educators, trainers, and educational institutions. So needless to say that there are n number of other applications are assessment tools are also available, like Hot Potatoes, Edmodo, and Plickers. But due to time constraint, I am not going to talk about all these features. But I would like to conclude with this, that technology was in the pre-pandemic era too, was also using, but more emphasis was still on face-to-face interaction with the tangible experiences. So making learning fun and engaging has always been a challenging task to worldwide teachers. So one of the most effective ways is to utilize all these online digital tools, and with the technology being omnipresent in our daily lives, through our smartphones and laptops around us, it is to be expected that classrooms around the world will adopt digital tools as well, if only to corresponds with daily practices. So despite some of the current limitations or weaknesses of online teaching, as rightly pointed out by Professor Varghese sir, and that there are certain limitations of online digital tools, but still their use is likely to grow, simply because the advancement in the technology and the excess use of powerful and innovative digital tools for teaching, learning, and evaluation purpose is concerned. So as rightly pointed out by George Lucas, Qoura, that technology will never replace great teacher, but technology in the hands of a great teacher can be transformational. Once again, I need to thanks the organizing committee members for giving me an opportunity to share my views in front of such a learned audience. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Prasanmote, for the great presentation. Very informative material for us. Actually, we would like to discuss many questions. However, because of the very limited time, I will only address you one question. The question is from Ibu Desmaliza, from Mrs. Desmaliza. How to control students for not cheating during implementing online assessment tool? Is there any program or any tool to know that our students are cheating during the assessment? Okay, I think 2 minutes at most. Yeah, 2 minutes.
Yeah, he is absolutely right. Very brilliant question as far as this assessment tool is concerned. But we need to trust students, because all in all we can trust only because there is a possibility that two friends can when we are playing that online quiz, and there is a possibility that two friends can solve that question, but there are like the quizzes has that option, or Kahoot has also that option to give the time limit only for 30 seconds. So there is no question of calling, or but if they are sitting at one place, then there is no choice. Yes, there is a possibility of cheating on online digital tools, through online digital tools. Yes, you are absolutely right.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that's all. Thank you so much for very
good
presentation, and see you in another webinar.
Surely. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all for your patient hearing. Thank you, Professor.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Prasan.
Thank you, teman-teman.
Yeah.
I can see Evangela too. Thank you.
Yeah. She is already with us. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. However, based on the schedule, the next presenter will be by Mr. Mohamed Mahmud Abu Hassan. Is
Maybe
he
you can
skip it? Okay.
He is not with us.
Not
Maybe
with us yet. Okay.
Maybe you can move to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you, Bu Mutmainah, to share the information. We will invite Mrs. Evangelia Pasilako MA. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. Yeah, I think now is your time. Yeah, to present your paper entitled "New Normal Design Curriculum: Modernizing and Revitalizing Key Component in Emergency Education." Miss Evangelia, time is yours. Hello, Miss Evangelia. Okay. Yeah, inaudible. We cannot listen to your voice. Okay.
Unmute.
Unmute.
Okay.
Unmute.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
So now you can hear me?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
So I may start.
Yes.
I may start presenting. Everything is okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yes. 20 minutes.
All right. So, first of all, I need to say hello to everyone, to all the participants, and thank you for inviting me to today's international conference. I would start my presentation with the words of Heidi Hayes Jacobs, the president of the Curriculum Designers Incorporation, who said that the minute the curriculum stops breathing, it gets really boring fast. So what would be the implications and what follows logically by this statement? Should we modify the curriculum? Should we reconceptualize the curriculum, innovate it, improve it, or restructure it? Well, I would say that the answer is all of these, because there should be a change. But why should we change it? Why should we change the overall content that is taught in an educational system or a course? The answer is simple. Because of the coronavirus disease outbreak, because we're talking about an emergency education context. We need, as educators, to provide uninterrupted and improved education for learners, of all ages and nationalities that have been affected by the crisis. So that's why I decided today to present this topic, the new normal design curriculum, because we need to modernize and we need to revitalize, to give a new, fresh perspective into some key aspects of the curriculum in an emergency situation education context. I would like to start with the four important components of the curriculum organization. First of all, what we should bear in mind is that we need to know where we should go, the objectives, what are the goals of a curriculum, what would be the content of a curriculum, how we can reach our objectives, the learning experiences, and then how we're supposed to assess this new design curriculum, or how are we supposed to assess our students' progress. Let me start with the goal. The goal is to develop a set of preparedness competencies. We need to incorporate in all curricula a preparedness framework. Why is that? Because we need to ensure continuity of operations to support the whole school community for events of short-term school closures or even long-term school closures, because we can't predict the future and what coronavirus situation may bring in our schools. Here I have a screenshot of a readiness and emergency management for schools technical assistance center. This is a checklist of main planning principles. For example, educators and people who design curricula should build from existing curricula programs and resources, should use multiple teaching and learning formats, include the whole school community. So all these are aspects that should be taken into account in a form of a checklist. As for the content, what it has been suggested is a content reduction for an emergency education. It is possible to reduce the number of hours that are spent on all the subjects, but still we should bear in mind that all the curriculum expectations and quality should be guaranteed. we need to prioritize and teach curriculum content and base our perspectives on what is essential, and save the new concepts for later use when there would be a face-to-face teaching. Then a big question might arise here: how am I supposed, as an educator, to select the content? What are the criteria of content selection? One criterion is significance. If the content is deemed valuable, then it should be recommended for inclusion. Another criterion is relevance. The content should be related to nowadays situation, what is going on around the world, to the principles, because we need to focus on what we call citizenship and effective citizenship. An example of teaching content relevant in the new normal post-COVID-19 era is what we call social distancing. So educators can start incorporating the idea of social distancing in the classrooms, or a possible relevant topic would be coronavirus vaccines in animals. Another criterion is the utility. So curricularists should consider two useful aspects: that the content should apply to the current situation and to the future situation as well, how it is going to be developed. So we need to focus on three main aspects: how significant the content is, how relevant it is, and how useful it is. I'm moving on now to the methods and approaches. Because of this global health crisis, most educators have moved on and complete online modality or blended learning. And this is either a fully online environment or a fully physical online environment. What I experienced in my classes was the blended synchronous learning as the new normal. That was a combination of both some students in class and others in online. So that is why it is called the blended synchronous one. We should also need to consider that because of the social distance practice, we actually cover a new era that requires less movement and physical content. So our main instruction should be through lectures or demonstrations, and teachers should generally direct that process. Another suggestion would be flipping the curriculum in order to meet the demands of the artificial intelligence era. About the evaluation, there shouldn't be any new design material without evaluating it, and we need to focus on assessment as well. So within the online instruction and evaluation, there are synchronous and asynchronous forms. And the learning assessment online has to be, is inevitable actually, we cannot skip it. So a tool that we can use, and this screenshot actually is not so visible, but I will just want you to get a taste of how the Moodle platform can be used for asynchronous assessment, where the teachers can upload tasks for learners. You can see here, it says adding a new assignment, and then there is the period of time, the assignment, then the description of the assignment, and then they could be given feedback as well online. Moving on now to 4 curricular perspectives. I have selected 4 important curricular perspectives to give you as models and see our educators to see what the perspectives of these curricula are. The first one is the Victorian Curriculum and Assessment Authority. The second, the New South Wales Education Standards Authority. The third, the Western Australia School Curriculum Standards Authority. And the fourth, Queensland Curriculum and Assessment Authority. I'm going just to say briefly their main perspective. About the first one, it says that educators should take a flexible and agile approach to meet all the emerging issues. So we need to ensure continuity of learning and delivery of assessment, but in a flexible and agile way. About the second curriculum, it says again that we should cover the elements of curriculum as essential, what we talked about essentiality before, and how we can choose the right content. Before I move on to the other curriculum, I think I should pause for a while and use the words of Professor Masters that was belonged to the Australian Council for Educational Research and undertook a review of this curriculum. And he said that the coverage of the entire curriculum is less important. We're not supposed to cover everything. what we should bear in mind is that we should establish the points individual students have reached in their learning at this stage of the pandemic and targeting teaching accordingly. So the focus should be on developing knowledge, skills, and understandings crucial to each student's successful further learning in a subject. So the summary and the review recommendations were that we should develop understanding of core concepts. We should develop skills in applying knowledge and provide opportunities for students to demonstrate the skills and make an ongoing process. Never move on to the next syllabus once we can't guarantee that the students have mastered the prior syllabus. I'm moving on now to the third curricula that said that given the current situation with COVID-19, teachers are in the best position to use their professional judgment and make decisions on aspects of the curriculum. So we should unite and we should discuss and cooperate with other educators around the globe and decide on what these aspects of the curriculum should be. And the last one is the Queensland Curriculum and Assessment Authority. It says that we should prioritize continuity of learning and opportunities to consolidate all these concepts that have been taught in class. Now, from my applied linguistics perspective, I think that that would be important to mention. What does the current linguistic research has shown? It has supported that the adoption of interdisciplinary approaches in education would be very important in a state of emergency education. So the main idea here is the cross-curricular distance learning and innovative cross-curricular work. Let's see what this means in depth. So how can we incorporate the cross-curricular approach in an English language learning? This approach is interesting because it links the language learning to other subjects across the curriculum. Most of you have heard of the term CLIL. Well, the cross-curricular is the theory behind CLIL, the content and language integrated learning. It is important to incorporate it so as not teach, and teaching should not take place in a vacuum. So by using this cross-curricular approach, the students can access much knowledge that is incorporated from other subjects. So here we talk about the interdisciplinarity of creating links between students and different subjects. For example, if we want to teach, if we teach an English literature course, let's say the book of Charles Dickens, there we can talk about aspects of the Victorian era and incorporate historical aspects as well, the Industrial Revolution in history, and not strictly follow a textbook-driven curriculum. Another important term for cross-curriculum approach is the STEM education, because the STEM education incorporates uses of science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. You can see the acronym here. S for social studies, T for technology, E for language learning, A for arts, and M for mathematics, graphs, and tables. This gives the opportunity to students to have multiple roles as explorers, makers, researchers, scribers, readers, performers, solvers, and scholars. All these profiles can be actually developed through STEM education in an education that requires a different design. I will take, for example, the scriber box and explain one of these. How can we make students as scribers? They can actually use visual thesaurus and interactive lexicons. This is a screenshot, from the visual words. So here you can see that by clicking a word, immediately the student can have an interactive image of how a word can function linguistically speaking, and there are also further explanations to the word. So we are not supposed to be afraid of anything with the use of technology. Another suggestion is what we call the open-air classrooms, the schools without walls. And this is based on the Waldorf curriculum, the teachings of the 21st century Austrian educator Rudolf Steiner, who has emphasized teaching learning in a natural environment. We should train teachers to use forest parks as their outdoor classroom. We create the green schools, a safe place that we can keep social distancing and thrive. And apart from that, let's not forget that they can bring a calming effect on learners in an emergency situation, education context. So this is the notion of teaching al fresco, teaching outdoors, and revivifying a forgotten age. So this black and white image can be turned into a much more colorful image. You can see here some screenshots from open air classrooms, and all the students wear their masks and they keep social distancing, or modern architecture with multiple layers where students can meet and actually have a very interactive classroom, even in these critical times. So briefly, how can we conceptualize the Waldorf curriculum approach? It is an alternative school. It focuses on unique curricular and instructional approach. As I said, schools without walls. It has been called the ascending spiral, the spiral curriculum, the curriculum that there is an ascending spiral of knowledge. It incorporates everything from physical activity, art, music, movement, and all the academic essentials. So, what would be the next question? Can we have this Waldorf education as a new model for a new normal curriculum? It has been said that it is developmentally appropriate because it is based on a play-based learning in preschool. It is based on a multidisciplinary approach, the interdisciplinarity that I mentioned before for early academics, and it incorporates experiential curriculum as well for older students. And most importantly, we should incorporate a lot of recess periods and lessons outdoors because education is not a race. It also focuses on hands-on. It gives insights into all facets of curriculum. It inspires the cognitive, the social, and the creative engagement in students. It is relevant. It invigorates the curriculum with real-world relevance. It is intrinsically motivating, because learning comes from inherent rewards and not outside accolades. And it is character-centric. It seeks for a development of the whole child, the head, the heart, and the hands. So the overview, these are some aspects that can be used both in on-site, I mean the physical classes, and off-site, the online classes. Teachers need to rethink about implementing a cross-curricular approach and incorporate polymath knowledge and should see learners as polymaths because knowledge is not an amorphous notion. Multidisciplinary learning should be the antipode of a pedagogy of poverty. So bring all the aspects into the curriculum. There is the sing the link philosophy. For example, we incorporate aspects from the humanities into English classrooms. My field, for example, art, literature, theater, poetry, philology, linguistics, musicology, art history, literary studies, and theater studies. We should design on the appropriate contact time. Online teaching cannot go forever. There should be a limit and a logical, let's say, design for the contact time. We should select the fundamentals, as I said before. We should select non-negotiable knowledge and skills that pupils need to progress. And this removed content, we can keep it when more students are in school and when hopefully this crisis is going to a halt and an end. Now moving on to the assessment. The assessment in the new normal. The review purpose of assessments in times of emergency. Grades should reflect what students have learned. Grades can cause frustration and anxiety. So in these critical times, we should be very careful. Educators should practice flexibility in allowing the students who are deeply affected by the pandemic and finish their requirements when they are ready to do so. Grades should still be given because there shouldn't be any progress without assessment, but with fairness, compassion, and flexibility. So flexibility, adaptability, and empathy are the skills in navigating uncertain times. We should move on from a pandemic grading shift from a non-assessment of grading to an assessment of learning. In other words, what would be these assessment practices? Self-monitoring based assessment. Yes, as one of my colleagues said before, we can trust students because If we incorporate agreed on criteria and students follow these criteria, then we can have a much more fair assessment. All grading should be based on specific skills. We should capitalize on their strengths, not only on grades, and personal reporting practices. Let me give you more recommendations on that. For me, we can move on to what I call non-fractional letter grade equivalence and non-conversion to a 100-point scale assessment. No grade point averages, no GPAs. These are the traditional transcripts. We can have these traditional transcripts for our own use. We can move on to something else that I have to recommend that is called the Mastery Transcript Consortium role. This is a digital transcript. I will show you a screenshot in a while. And it is the antipode to the traditional transcript, because the traditional one, it cannot give us the holistic image of a learner. And this one, the Mastery Transcript Consortium, has actually some member schools, and there it has been co-designed as a software platform that schools use to publish their mastery transcripts and deliver these transcripts, especially for college students, before they are admitted into colleges. Let's see. This is a sample of a digital curriculum. You can see here in the circle how many criteria are assessed, not only grades, not only letters, ABCs or Fs or whatever, but they see all the skills of the students. And on the right column, you can see the evidence that the student can incorporate to convince colleges before admission that all the data have been crystallized. My concluding remarks. Educators should move on to what we call transcendental education. Our target should be holistic in nature, the learner's body, mind, and soul. Provide rich educational vision, which is a tonic to a narrow product-like approach in education. We should bear in mind that the vision of education is redemptive, and we should experiment more, safe experimentation, to continually seeking and risking somehow new designs that in these critical times. We should focus on a human-centered pedagogy. And I would like to finish with the words of Rudolf Steiner, of the founder of World for Education. Let me read the words per se. Our highest endeavor must be to develop free human beings who are able of themselves to impart purpose and direction to their lives. The need for imagination, a sense of truth, and a feeling of responsibility. These three forces are the very nerve of education. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for the interesting presentations. Yeah, Mrs. Eva.
My pleasure.
Yeah, I found one question for you. Yeah, from Mr. Ibnu Hafid Al-Farisi. I am a teacher student in junior high school. Some of them study with me in the class and some of them study online in their home. What is your opinion and your suggestion for me to get effective teachings? Thank you.
So we talk about the blending, synchronous learning, as I said.
Blended learning.
Well, personally, I respect my students, and all educators respect their students, I think. But what do I mean by respect? I listen to them. So I leave the students who want to be in class to be with me, no more than 5 actually, so we can have a rotation and based on agreement. And I also have the ones that prefer to be online. So if we accept their preferences, then this is the foundation for making them listen to us. So this is a very good, by itself, by listening to how they want to be engaged in a lesson, is one of the most effective strategies to listen to their preferences, one thing. Another effective strategy is the phraseology we use. Sometimes it is difficult to synchronize the mood in class with the mood online. Sometimes I might tell them to do something in class and the students online follow afterwards, or even a humoristic attitude. Sometimes I see them tired and I say something to have fun and keep learning going on. The students online understand this a little bit later with some seconds of delay. So this kind of synchronicity is one of the problems, but that's why we can use the language. For example, I say, now I'm moving on to my online classroom. So I draw their attention before I say something, and I buy time before I incorporate my suggestions. And most importantly, there should be feedback. There should be a connection after teaching. We can have a chat with our students. The ones that are in the physical classroom, we can meet them, they can wait for us and have a discussion after the lesson. And the ones online, that we can chat and ask them and invite them for any possible questions. Because not all of them want to appear online. There is also the black screen sometimes.
Okay.
These are my briefly effective learning strategies.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the point is respect, synchronity, and feedback to create effective classroom learning activities.
And an effective phraseology to make them understand what our intentions are and synchronize better.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Eva, for the great presentation.
My pleasure.
We would like to have a further discussion with you, but because the time is late.
I know. No
thank you so much, and see you next time.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Okay. We still have 3 more presenters. Yeah. Now we would like to invite Mr. Mohamed Galal Mohamed. Yeah. Mr. Mohamed Galal Mohamed, is he here with us?
Ya, dia ada.
Bu Mutmainah?
Ya, ada.
Okay, ada. Okay, so please, Mr. Mohamed Galal Mohamed, from Qatar Ministry of Education and Higher Education, time is yours. To present your paper entitled Worklet in Teaching Learning Process During and After the Pandemic. Time is yours, Mr. Mohamed Galal Mohamed. 20 minutes. Hello, Mr. Mohamed. Hello. Is he with us now? Hello, Mr. Mohamed.
Unmute.
Unmute. Okay, please committee. Mr. Mohamed Galal Mohamed. Okay, unmute, still unmute. Committee, please help to unmute. Mohamed Galal Mohamed. Yeah.
Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Okay. Hello, wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Do you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon from Doha, Qatar. First of all, thanks a lot for Islamic Elementary School Teacher Education Department in Indonesia for organizing this wonderful international conference during this hard time. And of course, because of sharing knowledge is priceless, we are here together during this hard time to collaborate and share our experience from different countries around the world. So thanks a lot for having me today. And let me share my presentation. Well, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello, everyone. My name is Mohamed Galal. Actually, I'm from Egypt, but I live and work in Qatar as a teacher of English language, Ministry of Education and Higher Education, high studies researcher, MIE expert, and master trainer from Microsoft. Also, I am a Global Teacher Award and Teacher of the Year in Qatar 2019. Today, inshallah, as I am Wicklet ambassador, I'm going to talk about one of the most important platforms that I have used during and before and during, and nowadays we come back to the school. Came back to the school last week, and I started to prepare for my students using this wonderful platform. This one is called Wicklet. Wicklet, I'm going to talk about how we can use Wicklet in teaching learning process during and after pandemic, inshallah. With the beginning of COVID-19 last March, all of us we were surprised with the spread of COVID-19 in many countries around the world. This means we found that more than 161 countries around the world, they closed all schools, universities, and all institutes in countries. This means that more than 1.6 billion of students have become away from the school. And due to COVID-19, most of educational organizations like schools, colleges, and universities, they were facing decisions about how to continue teaching and learning while keeping their staff and students away from this pandemic. So most of them in different countries, they decided to move to use and depend on remote learning. So, and because all of us know that nothing can stop education, even if we are facing a big problem or facing such a great pandemic. So we have to continue and to move on in education. Well, let me talk or introduce the story of Wicklet, this amazing platform. A few years ago, the founder of this platform, his name is Jamil, he found himself facing the same problem over and over again, how to save, how to organize, how to share a collection or the content of links in a meaningful and visually engaging way. So he worked hard to find a better way for doing that. Sometimes you can say that it's a very small problem or it's not important for me. But when you use technology or you are creating your own content with your students, and you have to support your students with different resources from books or any digital resources. So by days you will find it as it's a very big problem for you. So he worked hard, as I have mentioned, to find a better way to doing things, and designed for amazing tool which today we can find more than like millions of people around the world. They use Wicklet every day. And another important thing about this platform, it's for free. Anyone can use it, and it's very easy to use. Well, what is Wicklet? Wicklet is a free platform that allows you to save, organize your content, and share it with your colleagues or even with your students in whatever they are or whatever your content are. So you can save videos, articles, images, tweets, links, or even add your own text. You can save this content into your bookmarks or organize related items into a stunning collection. As I said, it's for free. It's a free platform so that you can use through your accounts of Google or Microsoft, or even if you have a Facebook account, you can sign up and start using this platform. for free. This is my Wicklet account. Feel free to follow me and start collaborating together. I think it will be very nice if we started collaborating in a global project, inshallah. Well, as you see here, Wicklet is divided into three parts: collections, bookmarks, and group collections. So if you and your colleagues are or students, you are working together in the same collections. So it's better to use group collections, and here you will find all collections that you and your students collaborate together. Well, to understand how we can use Wicklet, or what does it mean, or what are the most important features of using Wicklet, so we have to recognize 4 steps. Well, they are as the following. Number 1, bookmark. The second, organize. Thirdly, collaborate. And finally, we have share. Let's start with the first one, which is bookmark. And this feature, you will never lose a link again. You will save the content you want from the websites directly into your collection, and with this step will help you more to get all of your content anytime you want. The second one is about organizing your content. You can organize your bookmarks into stunning collections. You can create your own collections on any subject. You can reorder your content however you like, and add text, images, and the PDF files to give your content like a narrative to your bookmarks. Well, moving from the second and the first one to third step, which stands for collaboration, you can invite other people from different countries around the world to collaborate in your collections. You can invite people using their Wicklet username or email address. Using a unique link or a code to allow people to contribute without signing up. So it's another important feature in Wicklet, because sometimes you can find your students do not have accounts, or even they don't know how to create an account using Wicklet. So this platform allows you to make your students or colleagues to join and collaborate through using just one link without signing in. The final step is sharing the content of your stunning collection. When you have finished your collection, you can choose to keep it private or to share it with the world. Make it public or share it with your friends, colleagues, and students via email or social media accounts, or on Google Classroom, Microsoft Teams, any other application you use. So it's very easy to share your collections with your students or your colleagues. I think it's really amazing and it's easy to use. Well, we have other important features in Wicklets, like bookmarking, organize, collaborate, and share. And here we have how we can use each one of them. We can bookmark or save tweets to view later, bookmarking, research, save inspiration and ideas, save open tabs. Also, we can save or bookmark anything from internet. We can organize research, create resources hubs, portfolios, classroom newsletters, digital assessment, and so on. We can collaborate through creating a classroom playlists, group research projects, work submissions, exit tickets, and so on. We have different ways how we can collaborate using Wicklet platform. Finally, we can share learning, development, research, portfolios, students assessment, leadership blogs. So I think with these 4 steps, we can achieve a high level of collaboration with our students. Well, Here we have other features that helps us to work effectively using this platform, like embed your collection on your websites or blogs. If you have your own website or a blogger, so you can embed your collections easily to your websites, allow others to use, or you copy your collections and build on it. Even after creating your own collections or collaborating with your students, you can export your collection as a PDF and make it as a resource for your students. And finally, you will you will be notified with get notifications when users add or edit your collection. Here we have, as I have mentioned, Wakelet application or Wakelet platform, and it's available on Google Chrome, Microsoft Safari, or any other browser. And you can start downloading this application from App Store or Google Play and start collaborating with your students. I think it's the perfect time to join this amazing community and become a member to and make use. As I have mentioned, it's a free platform, so why not we can use it with our students? Well, if you are interested in Wakelet, you can join this link, this website, wakelet.com, and start creating your account. Here we have another important resource for Wakelet. If you are interested more in learning more about Wakelet and want to get a certificate, you can join this course on Microsoft Educator Center and learn more about Wakelet and how can you integrate between Wakelet and Microsoft and make use of this cooperation between Wakelet and other companies. So by the end of this course, you will be able to improve collaboration, communication, and the teamwork in the classroom, prepare students for the future with the critical thinking and the creativity or creative skills that we need for them in work and life in the future, inshallah. Also, you will be able to provide a free learning platform for students that encourage independent learning and engagement for all of them. And of course, by the end of this course, you will earn a certificate from Microsoft and digital badge from Wakelet and Microsoft. Now I'm going to explain how the Wakelet community works. Firstly, being you have to become a Wakelet community member, you can join by signing up, as I have just mentioned, to catch the Wakelet wave and become a part of this amazing community. Moving from a member to be a professional and ambassador to Wakelet and earn the second badge. Here, you will get online recognition for being a Wakelet ambassador. You will get some gifts from Wakelet, and also you will be able to use or participate in with your ideas in improving this community. Last but not least, we have another badge called the Wakelet Students Ambassador, and this one was designed by teachers for teachers. It's a great way to help your students learn key lifelong skills, activate the 21st century skills in your classroom. So this one will be important for your students. Well, let's move to achieving a collaboration or achieving high level of collaboration with your students through using Wakelet. Since schools around the world are facing more closure every day, this community helps us to overcome this problem and provide, let me say, wonderful and amazing remote learning experience with your students. So, Here we have some few steps that can help you to achieve high level of collaboration with your students. You can create a new collection. This can be like assessment or a reflection board or anything else you can think of. You can share the collaborative link from the contribute button. This creates a unique code or link or QR code so that students and teachers can join and contribute to your collection. Well, students also and teachers they can add articles, videos, notes, and much more through using this platform. And here we have different ways like interactive lesson plans, back channels, reflections, resources for your students, newsletters, students assessment, students choice boards, resources for your colleagues, or even for your parents. So Wakelet here provides us with a wonderful and interesting experience of remote learning. And by the way, they every week or every month they have a lot of updates that helps us to improve our experience with Wakelet. Well, now I want to share with you the top 10 practices that we can use or make use of using Wakelet in remote learning or during or after COVID-19, inshallah. So the first one is students' work portfolios, project-based learning. We have Genius Hour or 20% time project. We have breakout education or edu, hyper documents that helps you to build your multimedia text set to link to a hyper documents, or use Wakelet as your, let me say, as your hyper packaging for your documents. We have also personalized learning menus, Google Expeditions, novel studies, how to math reviews. All of these features, all practices, you can easily use or you can easily practice using Wakelet. So these are some examples of Wakelet collections during remote learning, which were created by professional educators around the world. You can see here that can be used easily in remote learning. And of course, I'm going to share my presentation with you so that you can make use of all resources here in this presentation. Now, if you scan this code, okay, you will find all Wakelet resources, and do not forget to follow their page or official accounts on Twitter. And if you need any support, feel free to write to them this email, support@wakelet.com, and they will contact with you, inshallah. Here we have another point. If you are interested to become more professional in using Wakelet and become Wakelet ambassador, feel free to visit my YouTube channel and subscribe to enjoy watching explanations of many educational platforms like Wakelet, Microsoft applications, and also you will find a playlist of videos that I explain about how we can use virtual reality and augmented reality in education. And also I uploaded some of my practices here in Qatar with my students through teaching using AR and VR technology in Qatar. Finally, I'd like to thank all the participants here today and tomorrow, inshallah, all the keynote speakers for having me today. And I wish you a happy day. Enjoy your time with all the content that presented to you here in this wonderful conference. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very nice presentations. We get very new and current idea on how to conduct good teaching and learning practices in within and after pandemic COVID-19. Any audience would like to ask him a question? We still have about 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay. If you don't have any question, I think, may I ask you, is this platform appropriate for all level of education, all level of students?
Yeah, it's a very important question. Yeah, it's for free, as I have mentioned, and by the way, it's very easy to use. As you see here, I have the application on mobile phone, but I don't know if it appears to you or not. It's very easy to use, and you can anyone can use it, even your students at early ages, because it's just like a link. You share a link with the content, and they can collaborate with you through this link. They can edit or add anything. And by the way, don't be worried about early stages. All of our students nowadays use technology all the time. You can find them play video games and using mobile phone, using social media. I think they are better than us in dealing with technology.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, it is very good for the presentation. Since the time is already up for this session, so I do thank you for the presentation and see you next time.
Inshallah, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank everyone who participated in this conference. Thank you for having me today. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, the next presenter will be by Professor Hisam Al-Sahbini. Yeah. Professor Hisam Al-Sahbini. He is Qatar Ministry of Education, from Qatar Ministry of Education and Higher Education. From Cambridge University, United Kingdom. Yeah, Professor Hisam Al-Sahbini. Is he with us? Hello, Professor Hisam. Hello, Professor Hisam. Okay, maybe he is not with us yet. I will invite Mr. Muhammad Mahmud Abu Hassan. Is he with us? Mr. Muhammad Mahmud Abu Hassan. Is he with us? No information. Ibu Dr. Mutmainah, do you have any? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Pak.
Oke, Prof. Hisam lagi sementara logging ini. Wait, tolong ditunggu.
Okay.
He's logging.
Okay, Prof. Hisam is trying to be with us.
Yeah.
Okay, what about Mr. Muhammad Mahmud Abu Hassan? Will he join with us?
He cannot join with us.
Not join. So we are waiting for Professor Hisam Al-Sahbini. Please, everybody, make use of this golden chance to have discussions at the end of this webinar session. Yeah. The committee, please let him with us. He is not with us yet, Bu Mutmainah. Unmute, jangan di-unmute. Yeah. Okay, please. I think I need to communicate with Bu Mutmainah because she is the key person. Yeah, she is the key person of this webinar.
Prof. Hisam get trouble with the Zoom is asking for an email and password. Email yang di Zoom-nya ini email apa yang digunakan? Dia ada kendala ini?
Ada kendala mau masuk Pak komite?
Iya. Dia tidak meminta ID, dia meminta email dan password saja.
Ya, ini beliau sudah he is with us, already with us. Prof, masih di unmute. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Hisam.
Yes, hi, how are you?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Assalamualaikum. Yeah,
Great,
yes,
so,
yeah.
Good,
yeah.
good. Well, apologies, apologies for the delay at the beginning.
Yeah.
This is actually the second conference today, so I'm running conferences back to back.
Wow, great.
But it is indeed a pleasure to be with you today. So after apologizing for the beginning, I can dive in straight away into the topic. So if I may share my screen. Just give me a second.
Okay, Prof. Hisam, you have 20 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah, 20 minutes to present, to deliver your topics. Yeah.
Sure, no worries at all.
Yes.
I'm sharing my screen, so I'm hopeful you can see them now.
Okay, we are waiting.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yep, Prof.
Yes.
Yes, Prof.
So, yeah, thank you very much for having me today. Let me just do this other way around. So today I chose a slightly different topic than last time. I really feel that this is a very interesting topic to a large number of people. And today what I wanted to talk about is how can we make assessments more inclusive? How can we basically, in these unusual times and these unusual circumstances, make use of our exams and our assessments to make them much more inclusive and responsive to the needs of our learners. For those that basically meet me for the first time, my name is Professor S.S.M.Pd, and I'm the Regional Assessment Services Manager for Cambridge Assessment English. One of the main things that basically I look after is advising institutions and universities on the best use of assessment tools in the learner journey of students at all levels, starting from an early age for kids going all the way up to higher education and the corporate levels. But one thing that basically I also specialize in is learning difficulty support. I am a dyslexia specialist, and one of the key elements of my research is how can we identify barriers to learning? How can we ensure that when I deliver a session, when I do an assessment, that there are no barriers there related to specific learning difficulties? And that's typically what I'm trying to cover in this brief presentation today. Today, I will focus on inclusive assessment, and I will look at how we at Cambridge do that. And I will share with you some tips and some resources that you can find useful in that quest. So ultimately, the key pillar of all the work that we do at Cambridge is very much related to the practical element of learning. How can we ensure that whatever I deliver in the classroom is going to be transformed into knowledge? What is knowledge in the first place? In the 80s, there were lots of theories and ideas that basically were tossed around on defining theories and defining how we learn as individuals. From Dale's pyramids of learning, corn of learning in the 60s, to David Kolb's exponential learning theory, which is really interesting. And David Kolb says in 1985 that learning is simply, or knowledge is simply our own creation. Knowledge is simply our experiences transformed. So whatever we go through will shape up our knowledge. So how can we ensure that that type of knowledge in the classroom is really kind of transformed, is really transformed into something practical and something useful to the learners? In this brief presentation, I will go through 5 main areas. I will look at our approach to assessment. How can we make our assessment effective? And then I'll look at the meaning of inclusive assessment. I will look at the implementation of inclusive assessment. I will briefly focus on dyslexia, and then I will look at some tools and resources that you can incorporate. The first point, our approach to assessment. There are hundreds of research papers that talk about how assessments can be utilized and used effectively in classes or in the learning journey. How can we incorporate all the different ideas of standardized assessment in practice? But obviously, in our approach, we published a paper recently called the Cambridge Approach to Assessment that defines what we call an integrated model of learning. And that's perhaps a very unique approach, because to us, an assessment piece is not only an abstract piece of assessment that we give at the end of a course. We are trying to build an inclusive learning tool through these assessments. So the interesting feature here is if you take a look at any of our exams, we are now trying to develop not only exams that can be used independently, but exams that can be used and incorporated in the learning process itself. And I'm adding today to this something very interesting, which is making these assessment tools inclusive. So what do we mean by inclusive assessment? Inclusive assessment in our context is thinking about assessments and students differently through this particular model. If you look with me at this particular diagram, you will see that I divided our classrooms, that I divided a typical classroom into 3 levels. You've got the red level, as you can see. The red level is typically the strategy, the national strategy of a country. How we approach assessments in general, the standards that are in place, the tools, the guidelines, etc. But underneath that, within that particular scope, we've got the green box. And that green box represents the school, the institution, and that's very much driven by the curriculum. But what's interesting to us as educators is what happens inside. I've got 2 boxes here. I've got a purple box and a green and a blue box. Typically, the blue box represents our classrooms, but within the classroom, I've got learners that are learning at various levels. I've got some learners that are up front. I've got the majority of students in the middle. I've got few people as well at the end. What happens usually that these learners here that are very much at the end of the classroom are left behind. In various systems, in various cultures, in various classrooms, they are not frequently addressed. There's a national and international, indeed, there's an international tendency these days for more inclusion for these students at the back end of a classroom. And in this particular context, the idea of inclusive learning arises. So here I have various levels, but the assessment that the teacher will use will respond to the needs of all the learners. How will that work? Traditionally, we said that basically we've got various levels. So we've got, in the past, we used to give people that suffer from various levels of disabilities, for example, some sort of special arrangements. We give them extra time. We give them some space to look at various elements. We look properly at different atmosphere. But then that was developed to giving the same time, the same environment, the same atmosphere, but in a different assessment piece. That was good, but that wasn't good enough. Now, what we are trying to develop is an inclusive approach to learning. In an inclusive approach to learning, I give the class the same assessment piece, the same environment, but obviously the difference here is that basically within the assessment that I'm giving to my learners, there's more flexibility. As you can see in this diagram here, I'm trying to merge the learning outcomes, the assessment criteria, to produce an assessment piece that responds to the needs of my learners in various ways. So the blue box there, the light blue box there, represents how learners can take the same assessment piece. Some of them prefer triangle, others prefer different shape, but it's asking the same questions, the same type of questions, the same type of learning outcomes, and assessing the same criteria. How can that be implemented? Traditionally, historically, we've got various elements to this. We've got a medical model of thinking, and we've got a social model of thinking that we're trying to promote. Medically, when I have somebody with learning disability or with a learning difficulty, I diagnose, I label, I highlight or focus on what type of impairment, and I give a medicine, I give a solution, I provide certain assessment tools and some therapy as part of that solution. The result is typically two. I can end up with one of the two scenarios. I can either re-enter that candidate into the classroom, or that person, if the therapy doesn't work, is permanently excluded. What we are trying to promote here, what we are calling for in this approach to assessment in the classroom is different. Let's, instead of diagnosing, let's identify the needs of learners. Let's define what these barriers are. Let's build an outcome-based program. So everything I'm focusing on is highlighting the outcomes. Regardless of the means to reach there, I'm focusing on the outcomes. What can this person do or say at the end? And then, we end up with a much more inclusive environment after all, where basically develop various levels and various skills. So ultimately, the key here is empowering the person, is understanding that my learner has various levels of needs, of strengths, of dreams, of achievements, and me as a teacher, I need to address, I need to understand. So that means I need to build a more positive environment in my classroom that encourages all people with different backgrounds to be integrated in the learning process, which helps develop a strong self-esteem in disabled students or in students that are suffering from various levels of exclusions. In this acquaintance, I will share some ideas related to dyslexia in particular. So dyslexia is one common type of learning disabilities, and it's particularly specific to language, and it comes in various forms and various types. Dyslexia is one of the most common type of learning disabilities. The causes of dyslexia are not very much clear, but what we know so far is obviously that it's not a result of lack of intelligence or the desire to learn. With appropriate teaching methods, students with dyslexia can flourish. It happens to people with all languages, all backgrounds. It happens in different families. It can be inherited. And it can be identified early on, and in many cases, of course, it can go unnoticed. A person with dyslexia may write or read very slowly, and you can imagine the impact of this on their self-confidence. So they try to hide it from their peers. The most common symptom of dyslexia is either confusing the order of the letters in a word or the shape of the letter, typically between a B and a D, for example. We end up with very inconsistent spelling. They understand information verbally, but they have difficulty when they are written down. Also, another common symptom for dyslexic learners is their ability to respond to directions. So it's not very easy for them to follow directions in many cases, or sequences. They're not very well organized. Just for a few minutes, I'll leave you with this very brief video, which I think would be really, really relevant to understanding that concept thoroughly. I'll leave you with it now. Brilliant. So I think the idea of this presentation really is to look at the concept of dyslexia in a different eye, really, in a different lens. And that takes me really to the final part of this presentation is, as teachers and educators, how can we really address these issues? And I think there isn't one solution to all these different issues. There are various elements and various ideas to how we can develop that type of understanding. But the starting point really starts with us as educators. So that's why I think you can get access to a large number of resources that we developed to support you, in the assessment pieces or in you developing your own skills. So if you look at this link here, you will find the accommodations that we provide for all the tests that are carried out, including IELTS, of course, that basically are delivered by Cambridge. Particularly for one interesting test, which is one of the most recent tests that we developed, called Lingua Skill. We developed a specific arrangement booklet that highlights all these different elements. But I think what would be relevant to many teachers that are listening to me today is a new website called writeandimprove.com. I will invite everybody really to take a look at this website. It's specifically designed to help learners develop their writing skills using that approach that we talked about at the beginning, which is a very inclusive approach using learning-oriented assessment. It's very simple. It highlights, it basically focuses on writing and provides instant feedback using artificial intelligence. I think that brings me to the end of my 20 minutes. And I really, really hope that in these 20 minutes, I managed to give you something useful, something that you can find relevant to your own practices, and something that you can, kind of help your learners with. I think, I'm not sure if I still have any minute left. If there is any question, I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Hisam. Yeah, a very useful presentation for us, talking about assessment. Any question from the audience? Okay, it seems that I have a question for you, Prof. Hisam. Yeah, most of the class in Indonesia consists of big number of students. How to conduct an effective assessment? Yeah. For a student.
That's a very good question, actually.
Yeah.
The solution to the issue of large class size is very much based on using technology. So I think we can't escape the fact that large classrooms, kind of run the risk of many people going unnoticed. And I know many cases in my teaching days when we never actually were able to discover any cases of dyslexia or any other learning difficulty because of the large class size. And that's a reality, that's a fact. The solution can be in utilizing technology effectively. So for example, now in all books, in all resources, so for example, when it comes to English language learning, we developed a complete set of tools and resources for each material we produce. And with these resources, regardless of how many people are attending the course physically, each one of them should do the online assessment themselves. And that means the individualization of learning is there, but in different contexts. So I'm not doing that physically in the class, but I'm using my online tools and resources. I'll give you one example. One of our books called Empower. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the book, but it's one of the best sellers worldwide. So Empower provides a unique learning block approach. So it starts with a very basic level of assessment to the accumulated knowledge and experiences of the learner. And that's done individually on the system. And it records, of course, it gives feedback to the teacher. So of course, we're not ignoring the role of the teacher in that. And we're not saying that basically technology would replace the traditional role of the teacher. But what I'm saying here is that technology can be used effectively to solve all these different issues.
Okay, thank you for the answers. Again, we go back to using technology as one of the solutions. Yeah. Yes, thank you so much, Prof. Hisam, for your meaningful presentation for us. And see you next time in the other webinar, inshallah. Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Prof. Hisam.
Alaikum salam. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for having me today. I look forward to more events in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that all the presentations have done, as being scheduled. As we have listened, from the opening remark, by Professor Ahya, that Professor Dr. Maftuhin, not able to be with us. So it means that we have already completed all of the presentation today. Then I would like to say thank you so much, mainly to all the great presenters, who already shared their worthy knowledge, for us, and also I would like to thank you so much for all the audiences who keep, being with us from the first until the end of this webinar, activities. Then I would like, on behalf of the committee, I would like to again say, have a nice, great rest of your day, and I will turn the time over to the host, Dr.Dwi, Astuti, Wahyu, Nurhayati. Time is yours. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, thanks a lot, Bu Erna. As a great moderator today, is a very, very amazing that you guide until almost for half an hour, for hours, almost 4 hours. I think that it is a well done, good job, a great job. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and also the honorable keynote speakers and all of the participants, I believe that all of you have well done through the most 4.5 hours conference today. It is my great pleasure that you had fruitful discussion through. I think 4 hours is not enough. And in this virtual international conference, which means same learning quality improvement strategies in the new normal era, I expected that every participant to get a great enhancement by joining this event. And thank you for all the keynote speakers for the participation and for all the great and amazing presentation. And you know that we hosted the 2-day virtual international conference on August 25 and 26, 2020. So tomorrow there will be 1-day seminar again, and there will be with the different and great presenters. And I'm Dwi Astuti Wahyu Nurhayati as a host of the international conference today. I do apologize. I have some mistake in this event, and let's close this conference by saying Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillah. Amin. And I'm for the end of this event. Usiku wa nasibu taqallah, and then wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and don't miss it tomorrow. Thanks.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, all presenters here. Thank you so much, all participants.
Is there any together? Take a picture together, Mister. Nggak ada foto bersama?
Okay.
Picture together.
Picture together, please.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, again. Okay, Miss Dwi.
Miss Dwi. Okay, that's all. And at the time to the operator and the committee, please. Yang lain partisipan juga sudah semua diajak foto. All of the participant sudah diajak foto semua.
Ya, tadi waktu perjalanan diskusi juga sudah kami foto.
Okay, thank you. Don't miss it.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Erna. Thank you all participant. Thank you all keynote speaker. Thank you committee. See you tomorrow.
See you too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye everyone. everyone.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ahya.
Thank you, Madam. Sundar Bijay Ojaha. Hello. Good morning, Sundar Bijay Ojaha. Good evening. Oh, unmute. Unmute. Mute.
Mungkin Mas Masud diaktifkan semua, Mas. Speakernya.
Sundar Bijay Ojaha, where are you coming from?
Mas Masud, diaktifkan semua, Mas Masud. Di unmute semua.